my shot. Got this. Hope I get the card. I've prepared for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Hello and welcome everyone to our broadcast, WPT Australia Championship, all the way from the star Gold Coast, where James Obst, a legendary online Australian tournament player, far and away our leader. I'm Tony Dunst alongside Jamie Kersetter. Jamie, thanks for joining me in the booth this evening.
Hey, happy to be here.
We've got a good final table tonight. These players had an $8,000 Australian dollar buy-in down at the Star Gold Coast, which created a championship prize pool of just under 3 million. Our winner tonight going to take home 585,000 Australian dollars. There you see it in US dollars on the screen, just under 400K for our winner. Whoever is out first in sixth place, still taking home 82,000 and 10xing their money, but they've got their work cut out for them with James Obst holding the big chip lead. Jamie, I have, strangely enough, played an absolute ton of poker with James over the years. He was a very high volume crusher in the early days of online tournaments. Then somebody that I ran into on the felt in Australia when I was playing down there. And I know that with the big chip lead today, he will look to dominate this final table. What are you looking out for during this feature table tonight?
Matthew Wakeman, every time I've commentated anything from Australia, he happens to be deep in it. Just every time. So it's another person to watch.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Matthew, one of the top players, Trump tournament players in Australia. I tangled with him in a big pot in the Aussie Millions back in 2017, and always wonder if I made a bad fold and he got me in a big one.
I always feel like that when you make a big fold before a person's super known and then they get to be a huge crusher. I'm like, well, that was a bad fold. We're starting out with some action already. Dillan jams Queen Jack offsuit for about 13 big blinds, gets called by Travis's force.
Never want to be all in and at risk early in the final table. And yet Dillan, who, if I remember right, satellited in, so a fantastic parlay on his money, is at risk here with the Queen Jack. Looking for one of the 6 outs.
Oh, interesting turn card, picks up some 10s as outs. And a knockout right away. Dylan's going home with 120K Australian dollars.
Well, a fantastic parlay. He played a 700-pound direct satellite all the way in Aspers in London, England to win his seat to WPT Australia. So 700 pounds to, I believe it was about $82,000. It was a 120
Very
Australian.
nice.
Yeah, very nice. Plus he gets a vacation to Australia as well.
He got to experience the final table for about 32 seconds, but you know, it's still something.
Yeah, brief stay. That is one of the shortest final table stays I've seen in my years commentating
You
these
know,
final tables.
I did that this summer. I made the 08 final table and I was so excited. I was so excited to even cash it, but I lasted one hand. I took a picture of the final table and I was out before I even like had it uploaded.
That's unbelievable.
It's very sad.
Were you really short going in?
Yeah, I knew it.
Okay.
I was knitting it up, making that final table. That's what I wonder if Dillan was like knitting to make the final table, or he's kind of short, but not too short.
Yeah, and just judging from that all in, you don't get the sense that he was being too big a nit
Playing
at any
too tight.
stage.
Yeah. True.
James now with the button, as we expect, looking to take a lot of pots early.
Didn't James take an extended break from poker? I remember him doing tennis or something and stepping away.
That's exactly right. It was about 2017, I think. He decided to step away from poker and pursue tennis very seriously. He wrote a blog post about it and talked about how when he was in high school and he was younger than that, loved to play tennis, always kind of wondered what he could have been if he took it seriously. And I believe he was about 30 at the time that he stepped away from poker to pursue tennis. And I can tell you from playing the sport that you're not going to make it at a top level when you go really hard at 30.
Yeah.
But I respect wanting to go all in the way that he did to see how far he could climb. And I've always meant to ask him how it went as far as, what was the highest level of tennis he achieved.
And was it worth
during
it
that
to take
journey.
that time off?
Right.
I'm sure it was a good experience. I mean, because poker is so sedentary, it's nice to try an athletic pursuit here and there.
Yeah. And here we see him right back in action with the King Jack of Hearts. I think also as somebody who played a lot of online poker early in life, it can feel a bit antisocial at times, and getting out into the tennis courts and having the interaction of playing with a bunch of other players, working with a coach, things like that, can actually be really enjoyable after you spend a number of years, behind the computer screen.
Sure.
So James does take that one down. As we said, our winner tonight, taking home just under 400,000 US. Quite a strong US dollar at the moment, with that being nearly 600,000 Australian. Part of my history with these players is having spent some time living in Australia, and at the time it was basically 1-to-1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And often hovered around the like 90-cent area, so the US dollar has been on quite a tear.
Folds Oleg in the small blind with King Jack offsuit. Got a little under 20 bigs. He goes all in. Gonna get through. Got to give him the stare down first, though. Don't steal my blind. Okay.
Jamie, what do you think about open shoving 20 blinds there as opposed to the alternative options?
I think it's a little too much. I think when you get called and you shove 20 big blinds with King Jack offsuit, you're only getting called by better. So I don't love it, but I do understand taking the low variance play at a final table. You're trying to make some pay jumps. What do you think?
It did feel a little mergy to me in a way. As you said, when he gets called, it's usually by better, but one of those hands that can flop pretty well. Like, strangely enough, I would appreciate if he shoved a worse hand, but that hand feels right at that cusp where it's a little too good to shove, and obviously a little too bad. You're never doing anything folding. That's not what I'm suggesting, but it does very well seeing the flop, and you can often make pairs that dominate your opponent and then get multiple streets of value in the case that happens. That said, if he thinks the big blind is going to shove on his limp a lot, then maybe the best way to gain the equity in the pot is by taking the play away and doing so yourself. So that may just be an adjustment he's made from some history.
Folds to Daniel in the small blind. He's got 10-8 of diamonds. Raising to the chip leader, not always very exciting.
This is Daniel's third WPT final table. All of them in the Gold Coast. He's also finished third in a World Series event. He's been playing poker for a little over a decade, so very accomplished player. Knows how to handle himself. Hasn't won a WPT yet, but an excellent opportunity today.
King, king, 5, 2 spades. James outflops Daniel. Yeah, I was going to take a stab. It was pretty small.
James has a choice between raising and calling. I generally expect him to lean towards calling and keeping this pot small. You know, Daniel, the one with more strong kings in his range.
Now Daniel outturns James. That's 8. Gonna bet again, not afraid of the king.
Nice thin bet from Dan here. James already at a close decision point. Will make the call.
River ace. Daniel's hand's still good.
That may slow things down here. I'm a little surprised Daniel is cutting out a bet.
like
You know, certainly some chance you value cut yourself into a king or an ace, but your hand is too good to bluff with. So I guess if he thinks James is going to get very sticky against him and call with a hand like a 5, this will look like the greatest bet of all time. But as is,
This is really interesting too, because Daniel went
Yeah.
small, 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 and I feel like
Right.
you don't see that too often. James makes the fold, but Daniel did get 2 streets, 2 very small streets out of his slightly better hand. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, nicely done.
I wonder if he has any bluffs that do that, like any missed spades that get away with the tiniest river bluff.
Perhaps some very low ones at times that part of their equity comes from even folding out superior or at least higher card draws. So James loses a small pot early.
It's nice to be playing
Score.
on stream when you have one of those weird hands where you're like, well, I get to find out if that was the tiniest bluff on the river.
Yeah,
Don't
I'm
have to
sure
lose
that
any
many,
sleep.
if not all of these players, will have somebody feeding them hands. Although at times you hear from players that they don't want new information like that affecting their reads, as we see Oleg with ace king move it in.
Very large shove. It's such a good hand.
Strikes me as overkill, Jamie, to just open shove for 20 blinds with ace king. I think at final tables we will do better making the min raise and allowing some of our opponents to play back at us. We want to have strong hands that can raise call, such as ace king. I'm not sure why Travis is having the dealer get such a clear sense of the chips here. Perhaps just curious going forward. So Oleg shove gets the job done. He takes down the blinds and antes there. He's from Australia, originally born in Ukraine, now residing in Australia.
Tell me about your trips to Australia.
Well, the first one was so good, I decided to go back and live there for half a decade. So, you know, you
awesome.
didn't have to twist my arm. I've played at the Gold Coast, and fantastic property, and the Gold Coast as a city. I've played at the Star Gold Coast, excuse me, but the Gold Coast as a city is very much like the Florida, or even a little bit of Hawaii, but especially Florida of Australia, with all the towers lined along the beach, theme park attractions, sort of a nightlife scene, very young city as well. If I remember right, I want to say that Lynn and Angel are living not too far from that area now.
Nice. So it's not the part that you see like sharks eating tigers and things.
You might see some sharks, but no, those two not likely to cross
I've
paths.
seen some crazy videos, but I think that's more like the outback, not
Yeah.
exactly the tourist areas.
No, actually, the tourist areas of Australia are very safe, and you don't see much in the way of wildlife, except kangaroos down there are basically deer. And so
I've heard that.
as you get further out in the cities, they tell you just like, oh, you got to be really careful not to just run into a deer. They have not to run into a kangaroo. They have signs about kangaroo crossings and about them running into the road, the same way we have deer crossing signs
So
in the
crazy.
States. Well, some kind of discrepancy with the action here. If I'm seeing things right, Daniel has limped Queen Jack on the cutoff. James has raised 6-4 spades on the button, a little over the minimum.
And 3-bet.
Interesting. The limp re-raise from the cutoff with Queen Jack. Interesting play back at James, who he knows will be very aggressive in position. It's just such an unusual play to see a limp re-raise, particularly at a final table where, Daniel's priority right now should be to outlast Oleg and not play unnecessarily large pots against James. And yet perhaps he feels that James will get so out of line, he wants to lay some traps for him.
Yeah. There's also a little bit of that, like, I'm putting my foot down right now. I'm not just trying to squeak into some pay jumps.
I know, but you have to understand that's a strange way to look at your cards, right? And then you go ahead and you live your ace size. You're within your rights.
James, in our history, was never one to back down from a fight. I don't think he is going to become more passive against Dan.
I know to look for you.
James raises to 100,000 with pocket tens in the cutoff. Travis with nice looking ace-5 suited on the button.
See how Travis wants to get involved in this hand. Both routes appealing. He opts for the call. Playing his position on the button. And also, as our second largest stack, does make sense. He would seek to avoid a large pot with James. Oleg with
Oleg's
the
gonna
8-7.
come along. Ten, 6-2,
Wow.
all spades. Got top set for James, a gut shot for Oleg. Not much going on for Travis, but a 3-spade board. Nobody super excited.
James will bet. His hand, while very strong, does need some protection on the 3-spade flop, particularly in a 3-way flop where he should be concerned that one, if not both players, could have a spade. Although I do think offsuit calls will be less frequent from Travis under the ICM pressure of this final table. That said, since it is cut off button, you can't eliminate hands like King, Queen, King, Jack, Ace, Jack, Ace 10.
Sure. I think that all dealers in every casino should have this exact method of dealing. Not a single card ever flashing or blowing off the table.
You like the slide.
I do. I think the opportunity to try to peek at cards as they're being dealt is almost zero. James raises a hijack with ace-6 of diamonds.
Daniel with quite a junky hand here, but has not relinquished it to the muck. There he goes. Well, he's not the only one who's made 3 WPT final tables at this final table. Travis Endersby also coming in second in chips, playing at his third.
It's very quiet in here today.
Early in the day as well, so there's no like
Yeah, that's weird.
the real tournament's finished. So we'll still got stuff going.
So you've never been to Australia then?
Nope. It's on my list
Wow.
for sure. It seems like a place I would really like. Especially when they trap you for 5 years. Like, you like it so much you just stay. I
Mm.
feel like that says a lot about how cool a place is.
Yeah, I mean, Australia is so distant and so different in terms of the hours that it operates on from the rest of the world that when you move there, you're really
Yeah,
leaving
you almost
everything
like,
else behind.
I was gonna say you have to like lose touch with some friends when you just aren't awake the same hours as them.
Absolutely. You know, it's not just, oh, I grew up in the East Coast and I moved to the West Coast, which already is like a big jump. When you talk about being on a different continent, a complete world away, nobody ever really comes and visits. You're on different hours of the day. Place has to be pretty nice in order to suck you into that deal.
Or you have to really hate your friends.
Or that, yeah.
Blind versus blind. King Jack 8. Not a whole lot going on. Got backdoor hearts for James. Backdoor straight possibilities for Daniel.
James not forcing the issue here, does check back.
Makes a pair of fours. Uses spades, completes the board. James hands his best. Daniel content to just give up the spot, the 7 high.
You'd all surprised that James didn't stick out a little value bet, or do you believe with such a low pair, there's really not much that Daniel can call with that's worse?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe you could get an ace high kind of call, someone who connected with a deuce, but you know, kind of defer to James making the right play if I had to guess.
Nice reminder, thanks.
Again, one of those spots that will depend on the history.
He's got some tricks, this guy.
If Daniel had already called him down light in earlier hands, likely attempting bet. If Daniel had been making some snug folds, playing down to the final table, then you tell yourself perhaps he's gotten to the river a little stronger than some other players would.
So we're talking about visiting Australia, but the winner of this tournament is going to be visiting us in Vegas because they're going to win a World Championship seat. Pretty exciting.
That's right. And we've just made a variety of announcements about the World Championship earlier today.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, can talk a little bit about Club WPT Gold. We're going to have a sweeps coin model site starting in January in the US and eventually Canada. If you guys want to check it out, I posted on social media about it. I'm at Jamie Cursiter on Twitter. Check any of our WPT socials. They've boosted the signal about this as well. It's just a huge new thing for Americans and eventually Canadians, and a $5 million free roll. Lots of ways to get in there. Check it out on socials.
So Jamie, will the sweepstakes site be available in every state that has a sweepstakes law in place?
Yes. Yep, it only excludes 4. Feel bad for them.
Okay.
So let's take a look at the Star Gold Coast scoreboard. James Obst, 180 big blinds, absolutely dominating, almost half the chips in play, 5-handed. All the way down to Oleg, who's still healthy though, 21 big blinds. Nobody's short after losing Dillan on the very first hand. Yeah, I wish the gold product was live now so we could be like, try it out, but you know, it's in progress. Something
Yeah,
to
I'm
look
really looking
to.
forward to that, especially because I'm thinking of not necessarily moving out of Vegas, but like splitting my time between the Midwest and Vegas and having more online poker options, many of which, you know, many of the Midwest states it'll be available in. I mean, that's just fantastic. We've been without online poker in the States and many
A
other
long
states for so
time.
long.
It's part of the reason that I never tried living in like Colorado or somewhere like that. I'm like, man, it's gonna be really hard to make a living, but now you really
Right.
have more options. Daniel finding ace-5 offsuit, raises and takes it down.
And tell me a little about how one qualifies for the $5 million free roll during the World Champs.
Sure. Right now, we all announced today, the ambassadors for our site announced their contest. There's going to be raffles every single week, each person giving away 5 golden passports. There'll be 2,000 given out by the time the win rolls around in December. There's no buying into this tournament. You can only win your way into this tournament. So right now, sign up through one of us. Check it out on Twitter and get into these raffles, because the earlier you sign up, the more raffles you can get into. Eventually, there's going to be some free rolls on the site, but right now it is being built, so that won't be till December. You know, raises up ace-jack of diamonds from the hijack.
Matthew with the hand, I think he would often play without ICM pressure, but at the final table, as somebody who's very close in chips to Oleg, I like his decision to fold. I think he needs to play more conservative pre-flop, and especially from the small blind. So the king eight suited, despite being so tempting, folded, as does Oleg, his big blind.
This is the WPT Australia Championship event will start right now.
What kind of WPT talent do we have on the ground there at the Star? Do you know?
You're the one telling us what to do, Trey. It was always going to
I believe we had Lynn Gilmartin
That's enough
and
for me.
Royal Flush crew member Ashley.
I only showed the hand just so they can calibrate the cards, you know, make sure that they get it right.
Respect for this gentleman's open.
Mateo.
Daniel gets a walk.
Well, before the Wynn World Championship, WPT does have a handful of other events on the horizon. I'll be going to our WPT Championship event in Jacksonville, Florida in mid-November. That'll be, I believe, November 15th to 19th, a $5,000 main event championship buy-in.
That's at best bet.
That is at Best Bet in Jacksonville. Potential cooler here, Jamie.
Yeah, it's the first real hand matchup we've had, aside from the first very quick bust out. Matthew with ace queen offsuit in the cutoff raises. Oleg staring down an ace king offsuit. Jams all in, about 19 big blinds.
This will be a tough one for Matthew to get away from. Certainly, if we're playing just for chips early in a tournament, this is a slam dunk call. At a final table, having the call off for essentially the bulk of your chips, not quite his tournament life, but the bulk of his chips, against somebody who thus far has been willing to go all in, but hasn't done much else. So you don't really know anything about the type of hands he's playing. You haven't seen anything show down. I think this is the third time that Oleg has been all in at this final table already. So Matt could believe that Oleg is actually shoving wider here than he would usually expect.
Really depends how much they've played together in the past and in this tournament, because with Oleg jamming 22 bigs, just open jamming ace king like that earlier, I just got the impression that he's somewhat tight.
So
Not
did
trying to
I,
get
but I don't
value.
think Matt
Yeah.
knows that yet, does he?
Unless
You know,
they have
running away.
history. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
He wouldn't know that specific hand, but I'm wondering if they played together leading up to this final table. Because he hasn't slammed it in yet, and ace queen's a very good hand.
Absolutely. What a great fold it would be if he makes it. He does make the call, though.
Can't fault him there.
Yeah, just a 19, less than 19 blind rejam from Oleg, button first cutoff. Not many players I would fold that situation to. Matthew, with over half his stack at risk, holding the ace queen. Needs to find a 3-outer to knock out Oleg.
Flop comes 2-9 Jack.
Jack
Red
9 deuce,
was
not going to do
against
it.
King. The turn is the 9 of clubs. Enter the river now.
Got some chop opportunities.
Rivers the X of
Almost.
diamonds. And the King will play. Oleg will double up here on our final
Oleg's
three.
going to find the double up, and now it's Matt who's going to be the shortest stack. Pretty big cooler, not a lot you could do there.
Now I can't speak to Oleg's online results, but just looking at what appears to be his Hendon Mob, his only cashes are from 2024. His total lifetime cashes are 7,300. It's possible that he has more cashes in other places, that it wasn't all tracked, that we have the wrong guy. But if that's the case, you are playing against somebody where this is by far the biggest tournament that they have gone deep in. Again, whenever I see a Hendon Mob like that, I don't really want to jump to conclusions. It could just be
Because it could always be an online guy. Like I've been fooled
exactly
before when I've been like, oh, this person only has like 20K in Hendon Mob, and turns out that they like have $5 million in earnings online.
right.
But if he is new, then what an experience to be at this final table with crushers, with a nice stack, holding your own, playing for just so much money, 585K Australian dollars up top. Good spot to be. Matthew raises ace-7 of clubs from the hijack.
Oleg taking a breath. Perhaps a touch of posturing here. I'm not quite sure why he is debating on the 8-4 clubs. Sometimes you win a big pot and you just want to take a breath.
Daniel makes
Daniel
call,
calling.
same hand, different flavor. Travis in the big blind with 8-5 of diamonds. It's like a nice hand to defend.
Yeah, he does cover both players, and so I think a hand like this could consider getting involved.
But he lets it go.
I don't mind that one bit. I will say that at final tables and under ICM pressure, we do far less overcalling out of the big blind.
Oh,
But
that would
this
have been
would
a
have gotten
spicy
so
flop.
interesting. Oh man, ace-7-6. So both players making top 2 pair, as Vince likes to say, show tunes going off in their head. And the 8-5 of
wow.
diamonds now with open ender
Yeah,
and a
king
flush
of
draw on the
diamonds has
turn.
been fun as well. Matthew's gonna value bet his 2 pair. Whoa. Oh, okay. Matthew's only got 525. All right.
Just 10
Now
blinds
it's-
behind.
I really wish the 8-5 of diamonds didn't fold. It would have been a much more interesting hand.
7 of clubs. Daniel Murphy, also all in with ace-7 of hearts. The board is currently 7, ace-6. With the turn being the king of diamonds to the river.
7.
Is the 6 of diamonds.
Oh.
We will chop it. Still at 5.
Wow.
Just a reminder, if you'd like to tune into the live stream, it is currently on our Facebook page.
Can't help but wonder how the action would have gone
The action from our final
if the 8-5 of diamonds had seen the flop and then the turn, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Precisely what I thought the showdown was going to be there. What did you think it was going to be? I thought it was going to be violence.
Travis would have made the flush on the end, potentially knocked out 2 players. You can't know for sure if he would have stood up to that much action on the turn, but he has so much equity with the open ender and the flush draw. And depending on how the action unfolded, he may have just gotten kind of stuck in it and pot committed to calling off. Hard to say. I mean, Daniel did shove the turn. So if it went Matt bet, Daniel shoves turn, then I guess he would have to fold. But what a strange situation that would have been.
Folds the blinds again. Travis with 10-3 offsuit. Gives a walk.
I win.
You could sense some reluctance from Travis as to whether he's supposed to let Matthew take a walk there, having him so thoroughly outchipped at the final table. But I don't think he needs to play 100% of hands there, and he can fold some of the worst. Matt, as the clear short stack, doesn't have to back down that much.
I love watching. So when people get angry with aces.
Well, we were speaking about the upcoming stops on the WPT before we saw the Ace King versus Ace Queen cooler hand. We've also got a new WPT playground in the fall. There's a WPT 500, a Prime, and a Championship event at Playground this October 14th through 21st for the 500, 20th through the 25th for the Prime, and the Championship 24th through 30th. So about 2 weeks of poker at the fantastic Playground up in Montreal, one of my favorite stops to play poker anywhere. As I said again, Jacksonville, the main event through the 15th through the 19th. Let me see when that entire festival starts. And then we've got the Seminole Hard Rock at the end of November through early December when the championship event there finishes up. That'll be November 29th through December 4th. And for our friends all the way in Europe, WPT Prime Paris, October 23rd through 28th. Vince is going to that one, having a vacation
nice.
with the wife. Going to be
Very
fantastic.
nice.
Him and Eileen, globetrotting around Paris.
I gotta say, having Vince Van Patten on the occasional work meeting call is a pleasure. That man is so cool. He's just so fun. Like, he really puts extra pep in those meetings, you know?
Oh, he brings the energy.
James raising up the hijack. Ace Queen offsuit. Travis makes the fold. Ace Jack.
Yeah, certainly worth folding some of the time, but I would like to see him attack James and his wide opening range with some 3-bets holding hands like Ace Jack, like the suited aces. So while I understand him passing up on this one, I don't think he should pass up on that type of hand every time.
Ace 8 deuce, all clubs. James way ahead. No clubs, neither player hand.
back-to-back hands with James has flopped strong on a monotone board.
He bets and takes it down. Does Best Bet still do those bounties on pros? Or did that get retired?
I don't remember that being the case in spring when I was there.
Okay.
I think were they playing music? on
Oh,
the
you know what?
other
I'm sorry, I'm thinking playground. Best Bet. Oh, that's a good question. Is it going to be the whole bounty format this time?
I had the most fun in that tournament. I was a bounty and people were going hard at that bounty. Even when we were in the money, they were like going for it. And it was just fun because I was like, yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was like an extra dynamic that made it a lot more fun to play.
create some drama.
It really is a great action tournament. Like it's a 5K buy-in that is about as good of any 5K I've played in a long time. I played it last year, and I remember I got in late day one. Just got some rest, and then I went to play day 1B. And there's only 2 starting flights, and I sat down at my table and I was like, oh, I screwed up. I should have been here for 1A. This is a fantastic tournament. Let's see. I'm looking at the website now and don't have the full schedule here, but from what I can tell, I don't see anything about the bounty format. Now, I could be wrong about that, but if that's the case, there's probably going to be a bounty on my head come November.
Yeah. You know why I liked it? Because then I got to be a nit and still get paid off.
They'll never see it coming.
King 6-3, 2 spades and a diamond. Matthew on the short stack makes top pairs in pretty good shape. Up against the gut shot of James. Middle pair of Daniel.
For a 3-way flop. Unusual that all 3 players have connected to some degree. Daniel with his second pair. Not convinced. James with the gut shot. I doubt we'll take one off considering the spade flush draw on the flop, but I could be wrong.
Getting 6-1. Yeah, it's pretty tempting.
It is. So he does want to take one off.
I see what you're saying, though. You just don't know when your outs are even clean.
Right.
Jack of hearts changes nothing. Little more than pot-sized bet left in his stack.
Somewhat awkward decision for Matt here. Getting called twice on the flop when you have about the lowest kicker you're going to have for top pair. So you both want to protect your hand, but also potentially leave room to not get stacked if something lands on the river and there's action that makes you queasy. See if Matthew wants to put the rest in here, or it's going to take a lower variance route and either check behind or bet small. Does check behind.
Deuce of spades lands on the river, completing the flush, but nobody has that draw.
Now we get to find out whether James wants to turn his hand into a bluff. He doesn't have a heart, which is preferable whenever, excuse me, he doesn't have a spade, which is preferable when you want to represent them. But he also has 7 high against 2 opponents that don't seem particularly enamored with their hands. He can have the 4-5. they can't. So if he wants to try and rep that he has rivered a straight, that's available to him. He does bluff for 350,000.
Whoa.
Can hardly fault Matt for folding with the arrival of that deuce of spades on the river. Completes the spades, completes 4-5, and with Daniel behind him, who looks like he might call this.
It's always interesting when this happens, when somebody bluffs, chases out the best hand, and the second best hand gets to win. If he can sniff it out. James earned that one.
Nicely done from James Obst, who overcalls the flop with the gut shot, but represents the flush on the river. Gets two opponents to fold. And continues to bully his shorter stacked opponents at our 5-handed final table.
I was mostly surprised at the speed at which Matthew folded.
Oh, you were calling for sure.
Well, I will say it is an especially bad river in that it completes
Sure.
4-5 and the spades, plus he has Daniel to act behind him, and it is hard to find the hands in James' range that can be bluffing on the river. Like, he has to have something like a 7-5 of hearts, and you can't even be sure that he's going to overcall it.
Sure.
Otherwise, he's got value. There's just not many bluffs available to him there, so coupled with another player to act behind him, I understand why Matt felt it was something of an insta-fold.
And then went another nice 6-7 hours sleep.
And due to his stack constraints, he has to fold 9-8 of spades there. That doesn't feel good, does it?
That's a bummer.
Why would you choose for anything else? How about Oleg?
Folds to James in the small blind. Ace-10 offsuit. Raises. Travis in the big blind with King-5 suited. Pretty nice hand to C3. Queen, Jack 4, 2 clubs. Got a gut shot now for James. King-high flush draw for Travis.
James also has the 10 of clubs, and so this texture in that card could lead to some runouts where we see him fire multiple barrels and put Travis to the test. Some of which contain a club that will give Travis the second nuts. Certainly, Travis will never give up here. I don't think he should raise very much. Again, a lot of pressure on him to keep pots small with James, as long as he's the second chip stack to James' chip lead.
6 of diamonds on the turn.
I wondered if James would fire 2 or 3 streets here, but he elects to check on the turn. Pretty reasonable to be mixing checks and bets here when you raise pre-flop and your opponent calls in position in the big blind. Expect him to fold more often than usual under this ICM pressure, and so when he gets to the flop, it's probably going to be a little more Broadway heavy. This Queen-Jack board does favor him a bit.
Goes check, check on the turn. 8 of diamonds completes the board. James's ace high is good.
Now Travis with the hand that is right on the cusp of wanting to check behind and see if it's ever good and wanting to bluff. You never really like bluffing with missed clubs, missed flush draws in your hand, and especially with the king high combo, if there's any chance you could be good at showdown, Players often talk themselves into a check there, as Travis does. And so James with the ace-10 does get called by worse on the flop and takes down this pot.
My favourite hand is that 4-3 of hearts, but you know.
Murphy's 9-7.
9-7.
It's my favourite hand.
Any suit?
Any suit. But
I like any
I
suit.
prefer
Hearts.
hearts, but spades is good because you can always dig your way out, right?
You have a very big history moving 4-3 of hearts.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Oleg in the hijack with ace king offsuit. A little healthier now. He's up to almost 40 bigs. Gonna make a raise instead of jamming.
Certainly far too many chips to think about open shoving now.
I do a little bit miss back in the day poker where you could never really say that definitively. Like once in a while someone would just do something crazy like that, or like open to 8x. And I kind of miss it. I feel like people have gotten very reasonable and you just don't see any of those like very wild plays anymore.
Oh yeah? Well, I played WPT Korea in 2023, and I promise you there was some of those plays going on.
Okay.
So if you're missing that kind of action, all you have to do is take a
to
long
Korea.
plane ride
All right.
to our WPT stops in Asia.
King 10-5 rainbow. I like the top pair, top kicker, Matthew Wakeman with the gut shot. Very dwindling stack too, just 11 big blinds left there.
A question on ethics. You know WSOP, they had that whole on the final table, feeding into a sim and then getting it. To me, traditionally, if you had a mate on a rail, they'd be watching the stream and telling you what hands were played half an hour ago and stuff like that. Do you think that's immoral or against?
Some conversation going on about where the line is drawn with assistance from people watching a stream if you make the final table. Of course, that was quite a hot topic after the summer with the whole Dominic Nichi, Jonathan Dempaio situation.
WPT did come over and say you can't have that, which I didn't realise that was even a thing. So I thought,
Would to actually be sitting on the rail.
If I remember correctly, the players' phones are taken for these WPT final tables. They are sequestered. I could be wrong about that, but I think you can access them on breaks.
I actually haven't seen anybody looking at their phone, so I would
Right.
venture a guess that you're right, because people aren't good at not looking at their phone every few seconds.
Right.
hey Patty, you can't watch it on the
I like it. I think you get a lot more conversation when people don't have that to fall back on. It makes for more interesting feature tables.
I just want to know what the thoughts of everyone was,
Half an hour delay.
It is, yeah.
James attacking the big blind of Oleg with the ace-8 of clubs.
One series I played.
Oleg not interested with his queen rag there.
I actually had it up on the screen.
That's good. That's so good.
Oh, it was the worst thing for my mind ever. Because I'm watching the stream, running those hands, trying to play. In the end, I had to just stop watching.
Daniel was speaking to what we discussed earlier, that some players actually find it kind of intrusive to their thought process to have access to the hole cards not long after they're played out on the stream, and then try and think about
Yeah.
what adjustments to make as a result of
I
that
fully agree
information
with them
immediately
taking
after,
phones
but then
and everything
also
off your ear. I
consider,
think
well,
that's right.
my opponent knows that I know that I
But
saw
would
that
think,
hand.
someone on
So
the
is
rails
he
telling you, "Man,
adjusting?
that's a
And
half
you
an
know,
hour
guys go down that rabbit hole to such a degree that it actually frustrates them when they just want to play their game.
Getting anxiety, just having that thing to do everywhere.
I want all the information all the time.
I agree. James, another open with the queen eight suited, and now Matthew with the fives, I think, should be all in here for the rest of his chips, and I imagine we will see him commit them.
Sure, I'd be pretty happy about jamming over James's open, knowing that he's probably going to be the loosest opener as a chip leader.
Yes, exactly.
Ollie?
Ow.
Well, that's Jim.
All right, Daniel
Crazy.
reshoved. I mean, James is right behind him. James is still to act and could have had a real hand there. Quite a incredible gamble from Daniel here with the queen 10 suited. I mean, he's not even ahead of Matthew's range in this situation. Not to mention, I mean, James still behind him. This is a risky play that could pay off here. 2 hearts on the flop for Daniel. So any queen 10, a heart, or a running straight will knock out Matthew. Oh my goodness.
Matthew Wakeman eliminated 5th place, 159,000 Australian dollars. Very nice showing, but I'm sure not what he had in mind when he started the day with quite a few chips.
Well, very entertaining hand to watch. And
Wasn't that one?
No,
perhaps
no,
Matthew
Might be now.
later on
Big
get
lines of
frustrated
closer
to
there.
realize that he would
likes
have got the
suited
shove
one guy.
through if Daniel didn't decide to gamble with him there.
I like the suited any gappers, mate. My suited any gappers could have got me in trouble with you before, mate.
I just like to win.
Oh, give me the winning hand on the river. That's the best
I did like seeing that it was open-ended straight.
Well, Jamie, some players arrive at a final table intending to maximize the value of their stack and try and ladder. Some players arrive at a final table with a first or last mentality, and that's what Daniel strikes me as with that shove. I think
It's hard
he's
to
here
play
win.
against people like
Yeah.
that because
Well, you're in the big
you just
blind
never
last
know. Like, I mean, he didn't
I was under the
hesitate
gun.
at all to jam 60 bigs. It's like, oh,
He
whatever.
just instantly jam.
He was
I
on
mean,
the
Yeah.
button. Oh,
he jams so fast
just
that if
sucks.
I'm
He was-
James and I have like pocket
I was big
jacks,
blind,
I don't
so
know
I
what to
should be
do.
big blind.
Yeah.
Hands would submit still.
So, yeah, if there's no action, nothing.
It's a miss still, you're
Sorry,
correct.
as I look at my cards.
It's a miss still because he was on the button last. I was. So this, I shouldn't blind this hand. So it's a miss still.
Sounds correct.
Everybody
Some
happy?
conversation
I-
about a misdeal. I think perhaps the button did not move.
Yeah, the blinds are in the same place.
Yep.
Blinds
so
are in the
it's a
same place?
Miss still.
Do you agree? You didn't move the button?
He was in the small blind last time. So
That's right.
Yep, didn't move. Oh, he was the button, excuse me. Yeah, yeah. He should
He
be
jammed on the button. I was big blind.
He jammed on the button.
He jammed on the
You
button.
were big blind? Button needs to be-
Oh, you opened under the gun, did you?
James opened on the gun?
Yeah.
The media's written it all the way down, so she knows exactly what happened.
All right, we're supposed to put these
Unless
cards in.
unless I didn't see him
Yeah,
raise.
I
and
wanna
then
make sure.
okay.
Confirmed? All right,
Both
confirmed,
makes
everyone.
sense.
Yep.
We'll put it in the right.
Yep.
So, Oleg,
Small blind, big blind. Travis, you
Thank you.
And then there were 4, Jamie, quite a rapid final table thus far. We are only an hour into the broadcast, already down 2 players. We lost 1 in about 3 minutes, maybe 5.
Yep. Travis in the cutoff with ace king offsuit. The remaining players are quite deep. When you lose players this quickly, those chips get redistributed and become some deep poker shorthanded.
Yes, and Oleg is our short stack on nearly 40 blinds, so I imagine things will cool down for a brief period here, but who knows from what we've seen so far. I mean, Daniel generated a huge pot unexpectedly there. James will keep the pressure on.
James in the big blind, ace 10 offsuit. Just cost 1 big blind to get in this 3-way pot.
Yeah, he'll get in there.
Seven, 5, 5, 2 diamonds and a spade. Pretty nice flop for Oleg. Gut shot, backdoor spades. Total whiff for Travis and James. Checks to Oleg, and he checks back. King of clubs. Travis pulls way ahead.
Little bit of a missed opportunity from Oleg on the flop. He doesn't have to bet every time. I mean, James in the big blind will have the 5 advantage, but he does have a pretty nice hand to bet on the flop and clear his opponents out. And one that, if he is check raised by James, can call and have some playability moving forward.
Sure, I like that he has backdoor spades too. There's a lot of turns he gets to barrel a second time through. Checks around to Oleg again. Checks back. River, jack of diamonds, flush comes through. Travis decides to just check it down.
Do think Travis really ought to bet that river. Just so unlikely that Oleg's going to do that much bluffing for him. Although he may have caught him with the perfect hand. The 9-8 of spades just has no showdown value and is worth considering a bluff here. And yeah, Oleg will bluff, but I don't know. I kind of think Travis's hand usually wants to bet the river. That said, he's certainly shown me what I know in this spot. I mean, he's getting Oleg to bluff 9 high. It was the only way he was getting any chips out of this pot, but
I was with you though. I think that, you know, with the jack falling on the river too, you're against 2 opponents. One's likely to have it, or an ace high that is stubborn, middling pair. There's a lot of things that would call a small bet.
I wasn't worried about that.
No, it would have been good for you.
Travis Endersby, second chips. You're seeing that too, right? The woodland area, and I'm not just going crazy.
I had it for a second, but it's now cleared up.
Okay. I am still having it.
Put on like this now, she might get the grade 8. Check. What belt? Where's the weight?
Well, on 10-4-9, Oleg with the 6-5 of spades. Not much to work with here.
It's 150.
Does bet 150. Travis with a 3 straight and 3 flush. Could look for ways to continue, but elects to just fold. Oleg and his bet will take that one down.
The viewers at home are going to think we're crazy. Tony clicked a woodland landscape. It was very nice and peaceful watching the players
you
play
able
in the
to
woods, but I did
solve it?
navigate back to normal.
Okay. I don't know why the button that I clicked suddenly put the woodland landscape on your call as well as mine.
This is very interesting for a moment.
Yeah.
We're back. Nice field for this 8K Australian dollar buy-in. 396 players, 50 made the money.
James staying aggressive, raising the 7-6 on the button.
Gotta-
Oleg with the
gotta
same
go.
hand but suited in the big blind.
110. You want to change? Okay.
It's not the correct rule.
Less than 50%, right?
So it's 40 over, like that.
I think James saying that because of the amount of chips Oleg placed in there, technically it should be a raise, but it wasn't enforced. So we do go to a flop. It's King 10-8.
2 spades, 1 heart. Oleg with backdoor hearts. They each share the same gut shot. It was interesting the way that James said that it should be a raise. It made it sound like he wanted it to be a raise, which, seeing his hand, he did not.
Well, I think he would have 4-bet,
175.
knowing that it was an accident.
Yeah. See that?
Oleg does have the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw here. Should be enough hand to continue, but he doesn't think so and lets that one go.
It was supposed to be a raise, yeah.
Because he raised by 65 and then he raised by more than 50%.
That's right.
Yeah, because it went from 50 to 115, so he raised by
I
65k.
saw he doesn't want to use his $5. I saw he want to change.
Yeah, but once he threw it out there, it became a larger bet, so it actually opened the action. I think that's what James was trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, I've been orange for making that mistake 100 times, so
Yeah.
kind of need to be.
Feel free to stop and get a rule if you do not want on anything, guys.
It doesn't feel right, but
I'm all fine as long as James isn't going to smash my time back again, you know, we'll be alright.
that was a
James,
bigger deal than I
showing
thought
some
it would be.
discretion,
Nah, not at all. I just
not
loved your reaction.
forcing
That's what I really,
Taylor
that's what I really enjoyed,
to
was
count
your reaction when you
Oleg's
realised that we were getting added
misclick
to it.
as a raise
brain
and allowing
doing
them to go to the
mathematics
flop
and then-
instead, but saying that going
Because it was
forward, he
so
would like
like,
that to
oh my
be
God, I just
enforced
fucked
as he has
up.
been on the wrong side of that situation in the past.
That was the bit I liked. It was very innocent.
That used to happen in Vegas a lot. People would just walk behind and push his chips over.
Oh, I hate that.
Just
That's just rude, right?
Call.
Yours is just playful.
with a king four of clubs in the small blind, so very playable hand. Is he going to lean towards limping or raising in the small blind?
It's always intimidating when he's behind it.
Calm me down. Calm me down, my finger.
Price 150.
Does opt for the raise. Daniel, the playable queen eight in the big blind.
Oh,
Just gonna fold though. Surprised at all by that fold, Jamie? Believe Jamie may be having some microphone issues for the moment. We'll get that resolved
Sorry
in a
about
minute
that.
here. No, you're okay. I was saying I was a little surprised by the fold from Daniel with the queen eight. Were you
A little
surprised
bit,
as
yeah.
well?
It's only 3x raise. You have a little power over him with the bigger stack, and you're in
what the ruling
position. So
is
yeah, I'd be playing a lot of
you make
hands
a bet
in that
50%
situation.
more than the person before you, gives a raise.
You say 15 or
50.
It's right. So you said something, so it's all good.
price to 100.
Solid hand for Oleg here on the button. Daniel right behind with the king four of diamonds. We've seen him look for reasons to get involved with hands, so I don't expect him to pass on king four suited. He does make the call.
Call.
James as well.
4 king 7.
3 players to the flop.
King 7
It is
4, 2
Daniel
hearts and a
in the
diamond.
lead. Top and
and
bottom
bottom.
pair.
Check.
I'll get a water if you get one, please.
Check. $125.
Oleg though, check to him. He bets 125. Takes a little stab at it.
Daniel in no mood to slow play though. Cuts out a raise here.
Nice.
Looks about 350.
325. Call.
Bit more. Excuse me, a bit less than that. Oleg with his ace 8 as a reasonable hand to stab at this flop with. Represent the king. He has the backdoor straight draw with the overcard to the 7 and 4, but facing a check raise, of course.
Carry on.
No decision but to fold.
There you go.
And
That's
Daniel
the most applause anyone.
continues to flop very well at this final table.
That's the energy she brings. She flew here all night, and that's all she's got left.
Coming. Awesome.
That is pretty cool. Very blessed man.
Final table for World Championship events.
Must be all the coffee, eh, James?
15. Minute break.
Call. Call.
Daniel little more call heavy than raise heavy pre-flop. Could have thought about it with the 9-6 suited. Elects to just fold.
4,055,000.
James with 10-7
175.
suited will raise though. Keep the pressure on against Travis, who's roughly tied with Daniel now, I believe.
James goes 3.5x. Call. They're pretty deep, so Travis is gonna try to find a deuce. And he finds one. 7-6 deuce. What a flop. Wow. Top pair for James. Backdoor clubs and backdoor straight possibilities. Bottom set for Travis.
Check.
You know, Brent Hanks really did a good job trademarking some sayings, because I always think when I hit a set of deuces, ducks on a pond.
Ducks on a pond. I like that.
It's 125.
James
Another
checks over
quarter
his
pot
top
bet.
pair.
I think James will mostly call, but occasionally raise here,
Hey,
as
look,
his
he's
hand
grabbing
has
a
ways to
raise.
improve to a 3-street value betting hand. Cuts out a raise to 450, and Travis doing his best to conceal his excitement.
Can you tell me a little bit about why you'd elect to check raise this once in a while?
Partially, there's a protection aspect. Your top pair, vulnerable to having overcards come that can either become better hands or make it difficult to get value for your hand. Partially because James gets so many turns where he picks up equity that allows him to bet turn and river.
Mhm.
I don't think Travis should ever 3-bet this flop. I don't know if he's considering it here, but being in position, he should let James build this pot for him. Really quite a dry board. And if he 3-bets, I think he'll give James the opportunity to make some big folds with hands like these. So that would be very counterproductive. Yeah, I just can't say I'm a big fan of this, Jamie. And he's put in so much. I mean, it's a massive flop 3-bet, almost 4x the size of James' check raise. And I expect James to go from attempting to build a pot to now escaping the hand.
Yeah, I agree with you. He doesn't even have a very good 7. I
No.
think he's pretty happy with his hand on the flop and all its potential, but I mean, Travis's play is so strong, especially the chip position he's sitting in. He doesn't have to take big risks. He's not bottom of the totem pole right now.
He's put in 2x pot with this 3-bet. Of course, we don't know the history between these players, but so far Travis has been conservative, not like some uber nit or anything, but he's not forcing action.
I think James is thinking, because of what you said, that this is kind of a strange play to 3-bet this flop, isn't it?
It is, but he comes to the right conclusion, which is, how are you ever bluffing here? You know, what am I up against that isn't just a massive hand? I think he expects to see a lot of 7-6 and some flop sets,
Mhm.
but not likely that James and his 7 are ever good on that flop. So, you know, a nice pot for Travis, but perhaps a missed opportunity there as he stacks up some new chips, and we head to break with 4 players remaining.
We'll be back in
Can I
10
put these
minutes.
cards on these cards so that he can't recognise them? It's easier, thank you.
From yesterday still. Yesterday was 19.
Thank you very much for doing it. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you.
So next one.
Now it's 6.
No worries. 1, 2, 3, 4.
After an incredible event earlier this season, the WPT is headed back to Playground in Montreal for another exciting festival. From October 14th to the 30th, players from all over will come together for WPT Playground. The action kicks off with a WPT 500 event running from October 14th to the 21st. With a $590 Canadian buy-in and a $400,000 Canadian guarantee, this is a great way to kick off another massive series here. In addition, we'll have the $1,150 Canadian WPT Prime Championship boasting an $800,000 Canadian guarantee from October 20th to the 25th. And for those looking to take on the best, the $3,500 Canadian WPT Playground Championship runs from October 24th to the 30th with a guaranteed prize pool of $1.5 million. It's your shot at etching your name in poker history and taking home a massive score. Get ready for another unforgettable festival at WPT Playground. We'll see you in Montreal.
The WPT is back at Hard Rock Hollywood this November for the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Rock and Roll Poker Open running from November 20th to December 4th. The festival begins with a $400 buy-in opening event with a $2 million guarantee from November 20th to 25th, with the pinnacle of the festival to follow, the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Rock and Roll Poker Championship. Kicking off from November 29th to December 4th, players will compete in a $3,500 buy-in event with a $3 million guarantee, where last year we saw Istvan Brisky take home the title and nearly $650,000, including a seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas. Make plans to join us at the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Rock and Roll Poker Open this November. We look forward to seeing you there.
He happens to be deep in it just every time. So it's another person to watch.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Matthew, one of the top players, Trump tournament players in Australia. I tangled with him in a big pot in the Aussie Millions back in 2017, and always wonder if I made a bad fold and he got me in a big one.
I always feel like that when you make a big fold before a person's super known and then they get to be a huge crusher. I'm like, well, that was a bad fold. We're starting out with some action already. Dillan jams Queen Jack offsuit for about 13 big blinds, gets called by Travis's force.
Never want to be all in and at risk early in the final table. And yet Dillan, who, if I remember right, satellited in, so a fantastic parlay on his money, is at risk here with the Queen Jack. Looking for one of the 6 outs.
Oh, interesting turn card, picks up some 10s as outs. And a knockout right away. Dylan's going home with 120K Australian dollars.
Well, a fantastic parlay. He played a 700-pound direct satellite all the way in Aspers in London, England to win his seat. WPT Championship event in Jacksonville, Florida. in mid-November. That'll be, I believe, November 15th to 19th, a $5,000 main event championship buy-in.
That's at best bet.
That is at best bet in Jacksonville. Potential cooler here, Jamie.
Yeah, it's the first real hand matchup we've had, aside from the first very quick bust out. Matthew with ace-queen offsuit in the cutoff raises. Oleg staring down an ace-king offsuit. Jams all in, about 19 big blinds.
This will be a tough one for Matthew to get away from. Certainly, if we're playing just for chips early in a tournament, this is a slam dunk call. At a final table, having the call off for essentially the bulk of your chips, not quite his tournament life, but the bulk of his chips, against somebody who thus far has been willing to go all in, but hasn't done much else. So you don't really know anything about the type of hands he's playing. You haven't seen anything show down. I think this is the third time that Oleg has been all in at this final table already. So Matt could believe that Oleg is actually shoving wider here than he would usually expect.
Really depends how much they've played together in the past and in this tournament, because with Oleg jamming 22 bigs, just open jamming ace king like that earlier, I just got the impression that he's somewhat tight.
So did I, but I don't think Matt knows that yet, does he?
Unless
You know,
they
we're
have
on
history.
delay.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
He wouldn't know that specific hand, but I'm wondering if they played together leading up to this final table. Because he hasn't slammed it in yet, and ace queen's a very good hand.
Absolutely. What a great fold it would be if he makes it. He does make the call, though.
Can't fault him there.
Yeah, just a 19, less than 19 blind rejam from Oleg. Button first cutoff. Not many players I would fold that situation to. Matthew, with over half his stack at risk, holding the ace queen, needs to find a 3-outer to knock out Oleg.
Jack 9 deuce, not going to do it.
The turn is the 9 of clubs. And to the river now.
Got some chop opportunities.
River's the X.
Almost.
And the king will play. Oleg will go up here on our final.
Oleg's going to find the double up, and now it's Matt who's going to be the shortest stack. The nice stack, holding your own, playing for just so much money, 585k Australian dollars up top. Good spot to be. Matthew raises ace-7 of clubs from the hijack.
Oleg taking a breath. Perhaps a touch of posturing here. I'm not quite sure why he is debating on the 8-4 clubs. Sometimes you can feel caught.
After an incredible event earlier this season, the WPT is headed back to Playground in Montreal for another exciting festival. From October 14th to the 30th, players from all over will come together for WPT Playground. The action kicks off with a WPT 500 event running from October 14th to the 21st. With a 590 Canadian dollar buy-in and a 400,000 Canadian dollar guarantee, this is a great way to kick off another massive series here. In addition, we'll have the 1,150 Canadian dollar WPT Prime Championship boasting an 800,000 Canadian dollar guarantee from October 20th to the 25th. And for those looking to take on the best, the 3,500 Canadian dollar WPT Playground Championship runs from October 24th to the 30th with a guaranteed prize pool of 1.5 million. It's your shot at etching your name in poker history and taking home a massive score. Get ready for another unforgettable festival at WPT Playground. We'll see you in Montreal.
First prize $585,000 all best.
Welcome to the table. Thank you for dealing.
Welcome back to the WPT Australia Championship, third main tour event that we've had here at this location. I'm Jamie Kerstetter, joined by Tony Dunst, and we are four-handed.
Raised 120,000.
All
James
remaining
Obst.
players have 211,000 Australian dollars locked up. Pretty good.
Yeah, they've more than 25x'd their money. I always like to ask long-time tournament players this question, Jamie. What is the largest multiple on your money you've ever won in a tournament?
That's a really good question, because I don't, does anyone snap it right away? They like, no?
Oh, of course. Some people, have done something crazy like, win the World Series main event, win,
or
the
like a
WPT
WPT
World
Championship
Champs,
400x or something.
win a prime. When you win a
Yeah.
prime, you like 300x your
Crazy.
money. Yeah.
Those are crazy. How many people did they like almost 10 million in the prize pool a couple times for a 1K? At least 5 million in the prize pool.
Right.
Nuts. How about you? You have yours ready?
120,000.
I think mine is. Oh, that's a good question. I think it would be. I won a 1K once that was 374 buy-ins.
Oh, that's very nice.
That's hard to top.
I don't
think I've
have
done
any of
better than
those.
That.
I had this summer I won 117 buy-ins in a 1K. That was very fun. I recommend it.
Pretty damn good.
That has to be it, right? Unless
Yeah.
there were instances where I got deep in like the Sunday Storm in like 2008, like back in the day. That is where you can also get like 400x.
What an incredible feeling that is, though, when you get some crazy multiplier
You're
on
in
your
for
money.
$11 or something. You're like, whoa.
Right. Yeah, everyone knows their biggest score. Sometimes you really got to take a beat and be like, ooh, what was the biggest multiple in my money I ever got?
I sometimes like to think of it too as like, oh, okay, I satellited into this tournament for the rest of my life.
Yes.
When you crush a 1K.
All right, well, heads up once more between Daniel and James.
Open ender for Daniel, bottom pair for James.
This is a board where, under normal circumstances, the cutoff should probably be betting range or pretty close to range. But under ICM and with this weaker bottom pair that James has, I like the check behind.
And it's the nuts for Daniel. One of the best feelings in poker is having the nut straight on a four-liner. Because if the other player has a jack, sky's the limit. You see here that is not the case.
175,000.
Fortunate for James that he is not holding a jack. That would have cost him 2 streets. He gets away there, and the second hand in a row, James has done a nice job of minimizing the damage. Made a nice fold up against Travis in the flopped bottom set on 7-6 deuce. And James a top pair and some backdoor draws. His high point was a bit over 10 million. Taking a couple of hits here now in the territory of 9.
60 to call.
but hard not to like his chances tonight with the big stack. Most experienced and accomplished player at the table. And making good reads and disciplined folds. Also a good sign.
And the fact that this is pretty deep. Nobody's short. This isn't going to be one of those variance fests. I think the depth of the stacks is going to favor the most experienced player often.
Yeah. He also has position on Daniel, and I think if anybody at this table makes a, let's say, 30 big blind mistake, it's most likely to be Daniel. The Queen 10 suited hand we saw earlier was almost a 60 big blind mistake. So, if somebody were to make a large misstep at this final table, James is the most likely recipient as well, being in position on Daniel. Now that said, the inverse of that is that Daniel is the most likely to chop a leg out of our chip leader James. Like, if anyone's going to flip the script here, it's going to be Daniel playing big pots, taking big risks, and maybe getting a little bit lucky.
Sure, like you said earlier, in the spot where he jammed the Queen 10 suited to isolate the not so short stack, so it's already a little crazy. Like, if James just has Jack there and makes the call, Jacks are going to win only 70% of the time.
Right.
Folds to the blinds. James limps Jack 6 offsuit. Travis with Ace 4 offsuit in the big blind.
I like that check behind from Travis. I think he should mostly raise his stronger aces, but a lot of those low ones are going to play well as check behinds and give you some aces in your range so your opponent can't just attack those boards.
9-8, 2 spades. Gut shot for James. Ace high for Travis.
To bet 135,000.
James leads out.
Decent board for James' range, completing in the small blind. He's going to have a lot of this Broadway, these Broadway type holdings here. He has half of that equation with the Jack. And Travis with ace high, particularly no spade in his hand, got the ace of spades. Can't really justify calling there.
Being told we need to pay attention to the chat. We're getting shout outs we didn't know about, Tony.
Oh, yeah, I need to pull that up on another screen.
No, for you, the novelty must be the one, right?
No, man, it just made me think of like.
Be more than happy.
Maybe some people I know told me like.
Got a question. Tony, are you
This TV,
commentating
like,
from Australia from
treating
George
patients
Waller?
is just like, how cool is that?
No, I am commentating from my couch in Las Vegas.
It goes wrong. Sorry, I was distracted.
And hello, kind of England. Thanks for the shout out.
James is drawn to a 7 high.
For those just joining us, this is WPT Australia Championship from the Star. $585,000 Australian plus a World Championship seat for WPT Las Vegas at the Wynn.
I came back, it was amazing the amount of people that worked with, suppliers, and other people that were all watching. It's crazy.
James raising the button with King Deuce offsuit. Oleg in the big blind, dwindling down a little bit. He's got about 20 bigs now. Lets the King 6 go.
Microdose the caffeine again.
I think of this every time that I commentate with you, but the time that they didn't tell us they were going to camera when we were sitting on the couch, Scott Baumstein, and it was like a 13 or 14-hour stream, and we're like melting off of the couch, and they go to camera to show the booth. It was so ridiculous, it almost seemed
Not completely
intentional.
sure, but I think it's 7 days accommodation.
When we used to have, I believe they used to start 9-handed, right? The WPT final table, so some would go like 13, 14 hours.
And some still do, actually. This one started 6-handed, but sometimes our prime final tables, when we do a broadcast, are 8 or 9-handed. I think some of even the championship events, I don't know if we've ever streamed one above 6. Championship is very distinctly 6, but
We did
other tiers of
decide
events.
for the $5 million free roll by Club WPT Gold that we're doing in December at the Wynn. I think we landed on a 9-handed final table with huge mystery bounties because we wanted all the huge mystery bounties to be televised. So we're gonna get one of those really long final tables.
And that's in the free roll?
Yep.
Oh, interesting. Free roll with mystery bounties. So it's $1 million up top, and then how much is being used towards mystery bounties as well?
A lot, because
Oh,
we're
man.
paying 500 players, but the first payout is $1,000. It pays a higher percentage, but lower amounts. A lot of it is reserved for mystery bounty envelopes, 100 World Championship seats, and $1 million for first with a $200,000 top envelope at the final table. Oh, big hand. Travis raising the button, ace-4 offsuit. Oleg in the small blind jams the king-queen suited, 21 bigs. What's
Nice
the
shove
first
from
ace you're
Oleg.
calling with from the button? Is it like ace-jack?
My mind went to ace-10, and then I thought, I think Oleg's actually been pretty conservative recently. This is a final table, pretty strong incentive not to be calling off bad. I think you may be right about ace-jack. It can be against the right player, ace-10. But I don't think Oleg is that player. Especially if you had somebody feeding you hands from the final table and he open shoved 20 bigs with ace-king, I think you should be folding a little tighter on this button.
Nice one, Oleg. Something extra cruel but a little bit funny about the $5 million free roll final table. Top prize for the mystery bounty envelope there is $200K. Guess what the bottom prize is?
You did that with 7 deuce.
I feel like it's gonna be some unknowable catch. I don't know. What is it?
0. There's a 0 envelope in there, and it's going to say
Yeah.
000, comma 000. So the slow peel won't even help you.
There's a troll envelope.
Yep.
Does everyone have to give you an extra 100 if you win the 7
Because
deuce?
everybody who makes it will have $20,000 locked up. They'll probably have collected mystery bounty envelopes along the way. So, it hurts a little less.
That's really funny though. There's just a 0 in there. It's mystery bounty roulette wheel.
Yep.
We're only a few years away from double zeros.
That's where your love of the shenanigans come from. Huh?
Travis will pass on the 10-9 from the cutoff. Oleg with a close one, holding Jack-9 on the button.
Price 120,000.
Oleg with Jack-9 offsuit on the button, raises it up. James with Jack-4 offsuit in the big blind. Let's go C3.
James has been sticky thus far in the big blind.
king, 5-3 rainbow. Both players miss. James with some backdoor straight possibilities.
If you're James and you really want to make people's lives hard, it's not the craziest thing in the world to check raise the flop, but Oleg spares himself from potentially facing that and checks behind. And not an easy board for James to represent now that the top card has paired, because, well, we know he can have some 5s and 3s in his range if he's calling stuff like Jack 4. More of his hands are going to be weighted higher than that.
150,000.
James does not look like he believes.
Raise 400.
And he goes for the check raise.
Interesting. I really like the idea of check raising on the flop. On the turn, he's just saying, I don't believe you. I don't think you have anything good. I don't think you check back a king very much on the flop because you've been a conservative player and you want to protect your hand and get some value. So you must not have anything all that good. Therefore, I get to check raise you. I mean, much respect to James for finding the play. It's one thing to say, I don't think my opponent really has very much here. It's another to check raise them with no pair, no draw.
It's the crowd that makes that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, Jamie, you can see why James gave us so much trouble over the years in the online tournament streets.
I didn't want to ask you, when you said you play with James a lot, I was going to ask you how much money of yours he has, but I felt like it was kind of rude, but just curious.
Oh, he definitely has some. I mean, even at that point when I was playing and grinding a ton and really working on things, I mean, he was like at the top of the heaps. So when I landed at his table, it was never a good thing. And I mean, he goes back to the near original days of online poker. Like Andy McLeod was a screen name that he played behind that was crushing in the like mid to late aughts when I think he was just a late high schooler.
That's what hurts the worst. I mean, it's the high school kids getting you.
Yeah.
And there's just not as much of that anymore. There's not a lot of the young wizards anymore.
No,
There's a few.
they're rare.
But, yeah. James is a small blind, king, 6 of diamonds. Limps. 9-5 offsuit for Travis.
James limping his, medium strength playable hands in a small blind here. I think a little more likely to raise his premium hands at this stack depth and limp most others. He's also trying to get to the flop pretty loosely, both from the small blind and the big blind when facing a raise. So he does need to balance that by limping some stronger hands like king 6 suited.
And you'd expect if he limped that and it got 3.5x, he'd be making the call, right?
Oh, absolutely. And that's just it. He wants to have some hands that can limp call comfortably, considering how many weaker holdings he's limping in and then stabbing at the flop, or allowing it to go check, check, and stabbing at the turn and taking the pot down that way up against Travis. And look, Travis being in second chip position, I think he's slightly out chipping Daniel right now. I could be wrong about that. Has every reason to sort of go along with this plan from James. Check behind a bunch, play somewhat cooperatively. It's just one of these dynamics that's put upon both players when you're at a final table and someone there is relatively short the way Oleg is.
Raise 120,000.
Now this could be good. This could be really interesting because Daniel has not been the type to back down. And James with his queens will put in a 3-bet here, and I could be mistaken, but I kind of expect Daniel to take a flop here.
Me too. Definitely has a, like, I'm not folding to anyone look, and I would bet your side for sure.
One of his sixes has been folded. Jeez, with the guy on the microphone there for a moment, I thought Daniel had gone all in. I was like, what? No, but he does make the call. And so 900,000 in this pot going to the flop.
2, 2, ace.
Ace, deuce, deuce, one club. Pretty boring board for this hand matchup.
Unfortunately so. Not one where Daniel can start fantasizing about ways to win this hand. And now easy to tell yourself that James has connected with the big ace.
Check.
And I would expect James to bet quite small here. His hand doesn't need much protection, but he expects Daniel to get to this flop a little loose. He does check behind, so that could actually lead to some chips going in this pot if Daniel is apt to do some bluffing.
And yeah, James knows his player. Daniel bluffs 275 with 0% next to his name. James makes the call into the river. 9 of diamonds.
Certainly a run out where Daniel can only win by bluffing.
Okay. I think if he goes full pot, he's going to get this done.
Well, I think that's about 700,000, I believe. That's about half pot, and that's right in
Scary.
a territory where James is going to have a tough decision. I think if he uses a block sizing, James has a very easy call. If he pots it, I imagine James folds rather quickly, but facing this sizing, really close one for James. I will be fascinated to see what he does here.
When you were leaning on the flop toward a very small c-bet, is it to avoid situations like this?
I think part of that is just speaking out of pure habit, where an ace-deuce-deuce board is so good for our range as the 3-better. I'm pretty sure that we are betting range, but as an exploit, if you think your opponent can be induced into bluffs like these and you feel confident calling them down, I really like checking behind. It also may be that under ICM, we should be checking these boards a little more often. When we never really would just playing for chips.
I can't even speak.
Nicely sized bet from Daniel here.
It does look like value.
It absolutely looks like value. Looks like he got to this flop with, you know, ace jack suited, maybe an ace queen.
Fold.
Oh,
Wow,
and it doesn't
very
work.
nice, Daniel. Really nice pulling the
Can we
trigger
get
on
another
that
5
second
again
barrel.
at some point?
You want to borrow some?
When do we get 5 more?
Last WPT, I literally gives
James
you
burning
every
through all
single
his
one
time
with
chips.
one choice at the start of a 14-hour day. I've never been so tired at the end of the day.
Yeah,
It's like this constant kind of like shit. Normally don't use that many too.
I don't know what takes you so long. I haven't used the time bank yet.
This man.
It looks like
his
James has
brain
2
I
left,
just
maybe?
haven't
going on
had
there.
25 coffees.
Maybe you need to get on the coffee more.
I think so.
Big one, 16.
What a difficult decision for James on the river, and what a well-sized bet from Daniel there with the 6 high. No way to win the pop-up bluffing.
To raise 120,000.
To his credit, James's folds have mostly been correct at this final table, and perhaps he feels that
What did you?
kind of meta between these players is that they are
Blocking-
going to
you're
be
blocking
under
that.
bluffing,
Bluffs there anyway.
and he could go ahead and fold a little bit tight in some of these close spots, but that time he guesses incorrect against Daniel, who now in the big blind, facing a raise from James, holding an ace rag of his own.
I would say if you run that same exact hand 100 times, James makes the right fold overall. You don't see people going for 2 barrels like that with the short stack hanging out at the table too.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to have your phone on you.
No, someone just said, "Oh, nice hand."
Well, how did you find out?
So we said, "Oh, I just saw your 7
Queen 6-3, 2 spades.
Are you using sign language?
I assume that's kosher.
I believe it is.
Queen 6-3 flop 1 that James can rationalize betting or checking, but his hand doesn't play very naturally as a check. I think I prefer the bet here. If there were a club on the flop, I could see doing a little more checking behind. And that will work out nicely for him as he drives out slightly superior ace
It's close to
from
just
Daniel.
shoving. It's close to just shoving.
I would have used 2 time banks and called. maybe 12.
With what?
Value on a head.
How is your value like in a brutal spot? Are you thinking we're too bad?
Well, just under 4.6.
I imagine I'm going to be up against all sorts of fun equity there.
Sure.
It's not
Could have more if James decided to give him less.
Which one? Which one? Oh. Never fold an ace.
Really?
Not a chance.
James telling him I'm never folding an ace. Not a chance. That's so good. Now Daniel, the one with the ace now.
To raise 155,000.
He does not want to keep the pots small against James. He's going to raise here from the small blind. It's to about 75 blinds deep. And look at this, James with the 7 deuce. Completely undeterred, wants to take flops in position. I said he has been very sticky out of the big blind. This may be
That's as
taking things
sticky
a
as you
touch
can
too
get.
far. Yeah. James does outflop Daniel though.
Bet 135,000.
And I don't know if Daniel's going to give up on this one so easily, and maybe this doesn't matter, but he just folded an ace high to James on a similar board, and I always wonder whether players get a little stickier after something like that happens. He may actually raise here. No, he calls. Cut out some chips like he was going to raise.
Turn cards that are pretty good. He's hoping for a 4, deuce, and ace. Jack of hearts, though, that's not going to be very exciting.
Card that will probably cause James to check behind. One that he needs to be a little concerned about. Not unreasonable to think Daniel check called with some Broadway holdings that Jack either paired up or gave some kind of straight draw to, such as a king 10. Does check back. 6 on the river. This is interesting. Daniel just going to block here, I think. And I think it's a little bit of a merge to be blocking. No, he's betting large enough to generate some folds, actually. This is 255. So now he's turning his hand into a bluff, and this sizing may actually work out for him and fold out exactly the type of pair that James is holding.
Can he do it again?
No, James will
the
make the
call.
call.
Oh, the good old 7 deuce, huh?
So what did we agree we go to?
Yeah,
100 each?
Who's the next 100?
I'll play that.
There's definitely some value to showing the 7 deuce. Wonder if that factors into the call.
If I had more time banks, maybe I could talk myself
Fuck,
in.
here you go.
Talk
Here's-
myself
here's
in.
the rack.
Thank
Here's
you.
the rack.
Thank you.
Am I allowed to give him time back?
I'll take part of the blame for that.
It's fun.
And that's part of the dilemma with bluffing as wide as ace high there. I think Daniel will have plenty of worse hands that want to bluff. If you're bluffing ace high and getting called by a weak 7, in all likelihood you're bluffing a little too wide, but you know, Daniel was correct that his hand was not good on the river, that his only chance at winning that pot was by bluffing.
Everyone loves to win when we dash around. Just gotta do it. Gotta do it sometimes, I guess.
Raise 120,000.
Daniel raising the button. Ace deuce offsuit. James in the small blind with a really nice looking ace jack of diamonds.
One of those hands that could go either way as a call or 3-bet, but with how loose Daniel has played against James so far at this final table, I like that he's building the pot with the 3-bet here. Doesn't seem advisable to take a flop with ace-2 offsuit here up against the chip leader. Daniel seems to be genuinely considering this.
Fold.
Nope, announces fold.
Wizards out there will be going nuts at me for that one, Travis. I didn't just spam on him.
Never listen to those wizards.
So one more pot in the direction of James Obst. Came in as our chip leader, has maintained that through the final table, taken a couple of hits, but overall making good folds.
Heavily blocked his 7 deuce. Because we'd have to give him 100 if he pulled it off himself. In that spot,
We spoke earlier about some of the events coming up on the WPT. Starting off with our event at Playground. WPT Playground includes a 500, a prime, and a championship event running from October 14th through the 30th, so the second half of October. Bunch of great events going on up in Montreal. Playground Poker Club, one of the best venues to play anywhere. For our friends in Europe, we've got WPT Prime Paris. That's October 23rd through 28th. I'll be at the WPT Best Bet Scramble main event with 2 day ones, November 15th and 16th, finishing up with the final table on the 19th. I'll be broadcasting that one on site unless I am at the final table, fingers crossed. And finally, the WPT Seminole Rock and Roll Poker Open, November 29th to December 4th. And of course, that leads right in to December for the World Championship at Wynn. Full schedule announced today. You can check it out on our Twitter, WPT's Twitter, a whole bunch of our brand ambassadors' Twitter. They've got the full schedule and all the exciting promotions going on around the championship.
It's going to be an awesome party. I absolutely cannot wait. A lot of the work and prep that I'll be doing leads to that, and we started months ago. So Wynn is just going to be an awesome experience for players. $5 million free roll. Check out our socials to see how to win a seat to that.
We saw Oleg reshove King Queen for 20 blinds about 1 or 2 orbits ago, facing a very similar situation where Travis raised the button. He does so again here.
And Oleg wakes up with kings in the small blind.
I think this might be like suit for suit, the exact same hand. I almost worried that the stream had like cut back in time or something. Same stacks almost, same positions, same players. I think it's the same King Queen and maybe the same Ace 4 for Travis. That is eerie.
350,000 fold.
And Oleg gets through with his pocket kings.
Fold. Fold.
Daniel, with a 4-3 in the small blind, has not backed down from any of these blind versus blind confrontations against James. He'll make the call. James 7-5 in the big blind.
Raise 210,000.
James does want to attack this limp though, going up to 210. Daniel, not enough hand to take a flop there against James.
Oh, it's amazing. coolest thing, mate. It really is cool. It's such a privilege to have a family that would drop everything to come and enjoy those special moments.
It's cool, man. I love it.
Great place.
I know he's won a lot more online, but James' career live earnings, a little over 4 million US.
We are both very blessed gentlemen.
I agree with that.
Respectable mixed game player.
It'd be really cool when we take out these two unfortunate gentlemen that I've loved playing with, and we get to play heads up, right?
I always
Only one
wondered
at
how
men's.
someone could
I'm
get
sorry. Oh, there
so
we go.
good at no
We
limit
got it.
and
We
then
got the
also have
smile.
time to get good at mixed games, but
Very smart.
it's almost like being full from dinner and wanting dessert. Like mixed games are so fun. I feel like I have a different compartment in my brain to like learn them and play them.
I've also heard that mixed game live tournaments are much more sociable than
Yeah.
no limit hold'em events.
Oh my god, I had like a whole Instagram story about it. Like I'm not that mushy about poker, and I had such an experience like the first day of my first Omaha tournament. People were like funny, they needle you. I got to know a lot more people. There is no slow play because it was limit, so you
Right.
just make your decision and move on with it. It is a weird crowd, but like I definitely think people should try it out. If you have any interest in mixed games, it's fun. Oleg raising the cutoff with Queen Jack. James, the small blind, makes the call with Queen 10 of hearts.
James had a decision here where he could have 3-bet pre-flop. I think if the big blind were shorter, you would see James just move all in pre-flop here from the small blind. But because the stack behind him is 70, 80 blinds or so, I like the decision to call. Good flop for him here with the top pair, but a discouraging ace on the turn. We haven't seen Oleg bluff his way out of many pots yet, I don't believe. He did try and bluff one hand earlier where he was caught by Daniel, if I remember right. No, he was caught by Travis, excuse me. And he will fire here on the ace, so good card for him to represent.
It was kind of small though.
Cool.
James gonna make the call.
Certainly not going to give up on his hand for one bet. And an interesting river here, one that I think will lead to this going check, but James making 2-pair, Oleg second pair. Perhaps on a low diamond river, we would have seen Oleg fire at this river, but now James making 2-pair. I wonder if James is considering a lead at all.
Yeah, I was gonna say it'd be kind of cool. You're gonna charge all those low aces that wouldn't bet themselves. That may check back. So he goes pretty small.
Well, now I'm starting to think Oleg has a great bluffing hand.
Yeah. It takes a lot though, right? You're at a
Takes
final
a
table
lot.
four-handed.
He does block King Jack. He blocks a bunch of the reasonable diamonds that James could get here with. He blocks some 2-pair combinations.
I mean,
such
I
as the
love
one
his
that James is
hand for
holding.
bluffing. His combo
Yeah.
for bluffing is so awesome, but it's just so scary when you pull the trigger and you're wrong and you just walk out fourth.
Right.
He'll be the shortest stack though if he loses his hand, so think of that too. Makes the call. Nice hand by James.
Yeah, nicely played on the river there, especially. Recognizing that that queen of diamonds is one that really favors the out of position player here. So he should have a leading range. Also one that will lead Oleg to checking back a lot of the top pairs that he turned there. And so by leading, you deny Oleg that opportunity and force him to call sometimes
please,
with the
yeah.
inferior ace,
There's
or
one
in
in my
this
bag,
case,
though,
an
like,
inferior
what's the-
queen.
Oleg Ivanchenko lost about half his chips in the last pot. He's got 10 big blinds left.
All good.
I gotta ask Jamie, if Oleg had shoved, do you think James would have folded?
I think he would have folded.
I think so. Even with the fantastic price and a fairly strong hand, you just don't really beat any value. James
Stop touching
cruising
other people's bags.
at his nadir now with just under 11 million.
And James sounds like he's a little under the weather, but it's like a Jordan flu game situation because he hasn't really made many mistakes.
155.
I find sometimes when you don't feel very well, you play more focused just because you know you don't have a lot of energy, like mentally or physically, to really do anything else. Talk to your crowd, get on your phone. I guess can't do phones here, but I don't know. How do you feel about that? You've had any good results when you're not feeling so hot?
The last time I had a hangover was day 2 going into WPT out at Thunder Valley in Sacramento. We Ben Irwin had us at the steakhouse the night before, and there was
I
a
love
lot of
that
wine
guy.
going around.
Him and Justin
great
Hammer
time.
are awesome.
I didn't really realize how much wine I drank, but I woke up the next day and did not feel well at all, and ended up final tabling the tournament.
Yep.
So, you know, my limited sample size of feeling like crap in a tournament is worked out pretty well.
Yep. The times I've been hungover or didn't sleep well or, you know, whatever else, had anxiety, something, I tend to just like put my phone upside down because I'm like, I don't have energy for that. And I feel like I play poker a little bit better.
If you sat here long enough like this, the masseuse just magically appears. Doesn't seem to be working so far.
Do you have a lot of difficulty sleeping when you go to poker tournaments?
Yes. I have some sleep issues anyway, but obviously, like, bagging chips, I get very excited still 20 years into my poker career, and I have trouble falling asleep because you don't get to be happy that often in poker, especially tournament poker. So when I am, I just don't want to sleep.
Well, Oleg
finds a pretty nice hand in a small blind. Ooh.
and he gets snapped. Daniel
Not in
thrilled
very
the call
bad
with the
shape.
ace.
Just about a flip.
Oleg and Cole on our final table for our championship event. Oleg with Queen 10 of diamonds. Danny Murphy, Oleg with ace to offsuit. Here we go to
When
the
I'm
Congress.
in this situation with the ace deuce, holding feels impossible.
Yep.
It's like, oh man, I gotta dodge everything.
Flop comes 6, King, 9.
Oleg picked up
Additional
the gun
outs
shot.
for Oleg. Jack would give him king high straight.
The 8 of spades.
7 now, an additional out, and so Oleg still with about a third of the deck that will save him. But it's a 4, and the ace deuce fades the world for Daniel. He knocks out Oleg in 4th place. Great run, and what we believe is a career high score.
$1,000. Congratulations, Oleg. We are down to our final 3. You're in our final table.
Congratulations, boys.
Oleg will take home 211,000 Australian for his efforts.
Not even a sweat, mate. Not even a sweat.
Thanks.
That'll multiply his hand and mob many times over.
Final 3 here in our championship event. Travis Sanders,
Just
Daniel
3
Murphy,
players remain at our final table, and
down to battle all
Daniel
for 500.
very much in the thick of things,
$365 here today.
taking some shots at bluffing our chip leader James. Doing well in his all-ins pre-flop, very important at a final table. I had a friend message me the other night. He had recently bubbled a final table online, and it was a little bit of like, oh man, you know, I just never seem to to close these things out. You know, how do you ever do it? This and that. And I told him, I was like, it's just got to be your turn to win all the all-ins. And it sounds like a glib answer, but when you get to these final tables and you're dealing in 10 and 20 big blind stacks, it's not your turn to win all or most of the all-ins. You're just not going to win the tournament.
Sometimes I find making a deep run kind of discouraging if you've been honest with yourself the whole tournament and you remember how many all-ins you won and how many bluffs you got away with and how everything felt to go right. It feels like that'll never happen again. Wow, look at these chip counts. James Obst, 55% of the chips in play three-handed, but everybody healthy deep stack, 74 and 73 big blinds.
Come on now.
This is the deepest stacked three-handed match I can remember seeing. Maybe ever. Certainly in a long time.
How'd you beat value?
Value is so ambiguous. You said to me at the tag. I'll find out in 9 minutes. Oh, an hour and 9 minutes, bro.
Daniel with a very playable Jack 10 on the button here.
To raise 155.
Successful misclick though, mate.
135.
135.
Goes with a pretty big sizing. Drives both players out.
Misclick. See, I can make mistakes. If someone's getting something, I'll have a bottle, please, babe. Do you want to? No. Anything at all? Coffee?
We gotta. It's a long time before next break, so I can't drink too much.
Do you guys want to ask for a break halfway or something? Do you want an online break?
I don't mind. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go to it. See, are we cool with having a break?
Some friendly poker in Australia.
I just did just a quick toilet break or something.
Players want to take a little break. They're deciding.
Yeah, in 7 minutes. Yep. Just a quick one. Cool. Yeah, easy. In that case, I don't.
Accommodating mentality down at the Star Gold Coast.
Maybe the funniest thing I saw in a tournament was in a ladies' event, the entire table decided to take a bathroom break in the middle of a level, and one table just exited the room and came back 10 minutes later.
No, it's alright.
Like, I don't think that's allowed, but you know.
Hey, if everyone agrees, I guess.
I was like, I'll just take a break to the final table.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, fuck it. Whatever. It's the hand of the man who introduced me to poker. Remember what I told you that was yesterday?
Now, Daniel, after some conversation, will release a 6-3 offsuit in the big blind.
Took me down to Devlin's.
Yeah, okay.
Where I fell in love with the guys at Devlin's. Yeah, short coffee, please. So medium latte, and then a short coffee will come up like a...
One of these years, I really need to get out and play this event. Poker in Australia has always been really good. Star Gold Coast is a fantastic property. Gold Coast is a great place to be, and I just have so many good memories in Australia from my time playing and living down there. If only it were 15 hours away, Jamie.
Really?
You've won like $1 zillion in Australia, right?
I've won some money in Australia, that's for sure. I played down there for so long, you would hope that there'd be some profit. King 8 for Travis.
It says no, the medication.
What do you think of that fold? Just letting it go.
I think it's a touch too tight. I think King 8 is a hand worth raising on the button there. He doesn't need to go much wider than that. And if he thinks that Daniel is going to play a lot of big pots up against James and maybe make a misstep that leads to him going out in third place, then I could see why you would want to play a little extra tight on the button with hands that aren't very natural plays.
We'll recommence the action there on live stream.
Travis, it'll just be 5 minutes.
5 minutes, yeah,
5
yeah.
minutes.
Super quick one,
Cool,
if
no
that's cool
worries.
with the production. Yeah, cool.
One thing I've always liked about bubbles and ICM poker, though, is just because it's a bubble doesn't mean you can stop playing poker. And, you know, sometimes you see people really go into a shell
Imagine if you suddenly
and get
use 10
far
and
too
then
tight. But certainly in this
That'd be
scenario
fun.
where there's this huge jump between third and second place,
Yeah.
of all the times, this is it
Max
to
TV.
play extra conservative, especially if you think one of your opponents might be playing
I'm impressed I've only
in
forgotten
a
to
style that will lead to some serious risk he goes out in third place.
James limps small blind, 10-8 offsuit.
whatever you'd recommend, Chris.
Check. Sounds good.
Travis in the big blind. Are we still going 30 diaper? Is that still a thing? I think it's
Confession,
too
I
late.
never liked the dirty diaper thing.
Oh, okay.
I hate to be a hater.
I was gonna say, like, why are you no fun? Is there a reason? Did something happen to you?
I don't know. I just three deuce to me, it's one of those hands that's like so bad. It should never really like be getting in there. It just was
It
one
shouldn't
dude
have
who
a
decided
name.
to like. It shouldn't have a name. Exactly. It's so bad. It's not even like worth mentioning. The fact that it was like this big thing that it had its own nickname, and we're talking about three deuce here, and I guess what was it that like Rigby guy played it
Yeah.
and named it that, and
One of my favorite hands I ever got to call was him blind versus blind with a guy who had kings, and he flatted a 4-bet. Rigby did in position, and the flop just came out ace high, and he flopped a gut shot and got kings to fold.
yeah, what an outrageous hand. I mean, that's a lot of fun. That's really, really fun. And that's why it can be so entertaining to watch the fields where recreational players get in there and just decide to make it up as they go. So I get the enthusiasm behind the hand, but man, I can't remember many times in poker where I've thought like, oh, somebody's got three deuce. This is about to get interesting. That was like the first time in poker history.
It was really funny watching him though, because there would be boards that were good for 3 deuce, and you'd see his opponent like eyeing him up, like, James up to 11.1 million now. His piles are growing. And he's not going to take a hand off. He's raising the button with 5 deuce offsuit.
Well, I'm very
Disrespectful.
entertained. Yeah, I'm very entertained by someone raising the 5 deuces of the world, but when Daniel's going to play extra loose from the big blind, I don't know that it makes sense to widen your range this much. You're still going to have to like show down some pairs and some high cards against Daniel with how sticky he's been. So I don't know that raising 5 deuce is going to be a winning play here.
What do you think
stand
about it now?
corrected.
King 5 deuce, 2 spades. James at bottom 2.
Especially if Daniel with, the overcard to the straight decides to do something creative here and stick around in this pot and fight for it a little bit somehow. Oh man, will I be eating my words.
2 spades though, he's probably, yeah. Can't think better of it. We'll see though.
I don't know. All right, there it is.
And the players have negotiated a short break. I believe we are sending them on a 5-minute bathroom break.
All right, then we'll be back in
Shall
5.
see. Yep, we'll be back in just 5 minutes.
After an incredible event earlier this season, the WPT is headed back to Playground in Montreal for another exciting festival. From October 14th to the 30th, players from all over will come together for WPT Playground. The action kicks off with a WPT 500 event running from October 14th to the 21st. With a $590 Canadian buy-in and a $400,000 Canadian guarantee, this is a great way to kick off another massive series here. In addition, we'll have the $1,150 Canadian WPT Prime Championship boasting an $800,000 Canadian guarantee from October 20th to the 25th. And for those looking to take on the best, the $3,500 Canadian WPT Playground Championship runs from October 24th to the 30th with a guaranteed prize pool of $1.5 million. It's your shot at etching your name in poker history and taking home a massive score. Get ready for another unforgettable festival at WPT Playground. We'll see you in Montreal.
Guys go down that rabbit hole to such a degree that it actually frustrates them when they just want to play their game.
I want all the information all the time.
I agree. James, another open with the Queen 8 suited, and now Matthew with the 5s, I think, should be all in here for the rest of his chips, and I imagine we will see him commit them.
Sure, I'd be pretty happy about jamming over James's open, knowing that he's probably going to be the loosest opener as a chip leader.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, wait.
Oleg?
Oh, wait.
Ow.
All right, Daniel.
Crazy.
Reshoved. I mean, James is right behind him. James is still to act and could have had a real hand there. Quite a incredible gamble from Daniel here with the Queen 10 suited. I mean, he's not even ahead of Matthew's range in this situation. Not to mention, I mean, James still behind him. This is a risky play that could pay off here. 2 hearts on the flop for Daniel. So any Queen 10, a heart, or a running straight will knock out Matthew. Oh my goodness.
Matthew Wakeman eliminated 5th place, 159,000 Australian dollars.
I imagine I'm going to be up against all sorts of fun equity there.
Could have more if James decided to give him more.
Which one? Which one? Oh. Never fold an ace.
Really?
Not a chance.
James telling him I'm never folding an ace. Not a chance. That's so good. Now Daniel, the one with the ace now.
It's a raise. 155,000.
He does not want to keep the pots small against James. He's going to raise here from the small blind. It's to about 75 blinds deep. And look at this, James with the 7 deuce. Completely undeterred, wants to take flops in position. I said he has been very sticky out of the big blind. This may be taking things a touch too far. Yeah.
The WPT is back at Hard Rock Hollywood this November for the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Rock and Roll Poker Open running from November 20th to December 4th. The festival begins with a $400 buy-in opening event with a $2 million guarantee from November 20th to 25th, with the pinnacle of the festival to follow, the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Rock and Roll Poker Championship. Kicking off from November 29th to December 4th, players will compete in a $3,500 buy-in event with a $3 million guarantee, where last year we saw Istvan Brisky take home the title and nearly $650,000, including a seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas. Make plans to join us at the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Rock and Roll Poker Open this November. We look forward to seeing you there.
Thanks so much.
I know.
Alright, we're going to start the clock. We play one hand with one 15,000 to 60,000 to 60,000.
Welcome back.
That was actually quite refreshing.
How are you? Good?
Jamie, we're ready to go shop up again. 3 players. You're on a final table. Action continues.
I think it's much cooler outside.
We're back at the WPT Australia Championship, the Star Gold Coast, and we are three-handed, 3 very deep stacks, all guaranteed 285,000 Australian dollars, playing for the top prize of 585,000 plus the Wynn World Championship seat in December. Jamie Kerstetter joined by Tony Dunst.
And with that, we have hit money in the front pack yellow. Congratulations, everyone. We'll be recommencing. Headlines will be
Daniel limps the small blind.
Does not want to raise 10 deuce here. Nice bet from Daniel there with the backdoor draws, and he's the one more likely to have both the ace and the jack there as the limper, whereas James can have 100% of hands in the big blind and is missing some of the stronger aces from his range that would raise pre-flop. So good bet there to take it down.
Daniel has ace-9 offsuit on the button. Raises. The min raise. Gonna get through.
And no reason for either player in the blinds to get involved there. Jamie, do you have any live poker in your future leading up to the WPT World Champs?
Oh my god, I haven't thought about it. I'm starting to run a monthly ladies mug. So that's kind of fun, but this planning for Club WPT Golds and the $5 million free roll is more time consuming than I think players would think.
Yeah.
I mean, planning an event for 2,000 people and organizing gear and activities and the VIP player lounge, there's a lot that goes into it. So I'm focusing mostly on that. If I sneak out and play a couple local tournaments, that will make me happy. But yeah, I wish every time you were talking about the sick WPT schedule coming up, I'm feeling a little bit jelly. I'll sneak out to play at Wynn though, for sure. Like the prime, the ladies, and the 10K. I will find a way to sneak into those, even if I'm working all night those nights.
Yeah, those of us on the WPT staff who also play have such a hectic schedule during the World
Yep.
Champs, but of course the tournaments are so good, the venue is so nice, we want to get some poker in while we're there.
It's kind of nice that it backs right into the holidays because then you do get to chill out. Like I go home and see my family, sleep a lot, eat a lot, and you get to kind of recharge right after that. So
Right.
it's like not that hard to push through a few weeks of really long hours.
And January, at least for the first, I would say, few days of January, nobody expects you to be much of an adult.
Everybody expects you to be hungover, so it's okay. Yeah.
Right. Oh, we're coming off of the holidays, back in the office, see you later. Very much that vibe for the first few days of January. And then
Yep.
after that, you kind of have to get it together.
Then after that, everybody starts circling back like they said they were going to.
Right.
I do love poker more when I don't get to play it every time I want to. I feel like full time for 10 years was enjoyable, but I think having a balance and sometimes not being able to play an event I might want to play is actually really good for my poker game.
Completely agree. Daniel now with the ace-king in the small blind. Travis, again, making kind of a conservative fold on the button with queen 7 suited. Does dodge a bullet and a half here from Daniel. The ace-king will raise it up into James.
190.
James is a
190.
playable 7-4 suited.
I think if Daniel's going to raise these spots, he should size it larger. I mean, they are over
240,
50
250?
blinds deep.
Yeah.
He's giving James a fantastic price here, and James more than happy to call with the 7-4 suited for 110 more.
WPT Australia 21 to 5 we have next hand 20,000, 40,000, 40,000, 59,000.
10-9-8 rainbow, 1 diamond, backdoor diamonds, open ender for James. Not the board you're looking for when you have ace king.
No, a friendly flop for James' hand and his range. Daniel going to continue betting though. Bets around third pot for 275. I think he should start this hand with a lot of checks. I mean, betting these kind of hands some frequency makes sense, but Daniel perhaps betting a little more often than advisable here. James with the backdoor diamonds and the low end of the straight. A choice between calling and raising. I believe he has announced a raise.
Raise 750.
Yeah, 750,000. So James recognizing that Daniel is potentially continuation betting too wide on a board that should favor the big blind. And also by raising, he potentially knocks out a queen high hand that has to fold here, but if they get to the turn and it's a jack, James ends up losing chips. Sometimes you get great outcomes like that, where you just bluff out ace king high, pick up the
Huge
pot
win.
immediately. So James, 60% of the chips in play, nearly 150 big blinds. Not often you can say that three-handed at a final table. It's led wire to wire.
Players in event 22, the 1150 Premier TLA, one drop next hand, 200, 400.
It is a little unusual to see 3- and 4-handed poker at a final table this deep. Often players are playing somewhere between 15 and 40 blinds deep, and they have to play a more call-centric style on the flop, because if you were to raise, you'd basically be committed, and you have such a strong incentive not to blow pots when all the stacks are kind of short. Now we really get to see some of James' prowess at this deeper stack poker start to compound against his opponents.
Raise. 280. 280.
James
James
has
is-
mostly been limping here, but now
Yeah.
wants to raise.
Fold.
He's just taking a lot more spots than any player this whole final table. Just little ones, but very constant. I feel like we don't really notice that his stack is building that much until I see a chip count. I'm like, oh, another 500,000, another 500,000.
Right. It's a steady increase mixed with some bigger pots that have been a mixed bag for him. He's had to make some big folds up against strong holdings from his opponents, and he was bluffed in a sizable 3-bet pot against Daniel when he checked back the queens on ace deuce deuce.
Raise. 190. Fold.
James keeping his
Certainly a
foot on the
5-2
gas.
offsuit is worth a raise.
Yep.
8-2 suited.
Does James have a background in heads up at all?
I'm not sure
I
about
feel
that.
like he feels like he does, just because he's so used to playing junk cards and
Call.
he's taking lots and lots of spots as if he's like very used to shorthanded.
5-8 fold.
8, 5, 4, 2 hearts and a spade.
Check.
Nice spot for James. Top pair, backdoor spades. Daniel with bottom pair, backdoor hearts.
Check. 7 clubs. Check back.
4-liner on board now. Neither player really looking for that card.
Daniel with a small bet here. Betting on a board that in theory usually favors the big blind, but because James has been so loose, it's actually
James
more
range is
split
all.
down the middle. Yeah, you know, James exactly. James range is everything, and this is everything. This is everything right here.
Wheel clubs.
So I don't like the bet from Daniel as much as I would in more traditional scenarios. Checks this river, and knowing James, it's value bet time. Question as to how much. Somewhere around half pot feels like a nice size.
It's 80.
Huh.
Tiny.
Feels tiny. What a strange bet. Is he trying to induce a bluff of some kind?
Call.
Oh, that's 80 more than I would have gotten.
Payout.
So the min bet on the river. Gonna be good for James there. Once again, his stack continues to ascend, 12.5 now.
Again, 20 Wynn Las Vegas players, just over 3 minutes of your break left.
Travis has passed on some close spots on the button, but looks like 7-6 suited enough to entice him. But no, I'm
Wow.
mistaken. He is.
I think what you were saying earlier is true, that he thinks Daniel is going to get too involved and he's just going to let it happen.
Must be, because he's passed on some pretty nice hands on the button
7-6
now.
suited is criminal.
Queen 7 suited is pretty nice too. So, and this
But
may work out nicely for
we're
him.
dumb
because
and he's
James,
smart.
Yeah.
Yep.
James with the Ace King up against Daniel's Queen 9 suited.
Queen 9 suited is a beautiful hand too.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you limp that to call this raise.
You would assume, but remember what happened with the Queen 10 suited earlier? It makes me think that this is the kind of hand that someone like Daniel might put a few too many
Send it
chips
in?
in the middle with.
Well, you have a very good read.
Right?
History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes, Jamie.
700.
As Daniel limp raises to 780 and is about to get some very bad news from James Obst.
And Travis over there looked like a genius. He's like, I'll just get out of the way and let this happen.
Fantastic read by Travis. If he raises, this hand unfolds completely different.
Sure.
Oh, wait.
Well, if Daniel's truly considering this, it's just it's a matter of the classic Dirty Harry line. Do you feel lucky? I mean, that's all he's really got at this stage of the hand with how many bets have gone in. If you call off here, it's just a matter of do you feel lucky? And no, he does not.
James 13.3 million. He's getting in that range where he can start completely punishing both of them who are trying to make the pay jump. Starting to pull about like 4 times each of their stacks. More. That's if this man cares about the pay jump, which I'm not sure.
What we discussed earlier, he kind of had a first or last play to win vibe
The
to
Ricky
him
Bobby?
at the final table. Yeah, real Ricky Bobby feel to him. We'll see if he can shake and bake. Thus far, not working out for him.
Seeing how tight Travis has been playing his buttons, I would be raising a lot of hands from the small.
Maybe just all of them now. I'm sure
Yeah.
that information has gotten around to James that, you know, whether he's on the break, checks his phone, sees some texts from people saying, watching the stream saying, hey, you know, he's just folding everything right now. At that point, you just feel it when you're playing as well. At that point, you know, I've just got to raise every hand.
1, 3, 10,000, 20,000, bid 180, 20,000. We're right to shuffle up and do.
Call.
And I like this call from Travis.
Maintain your chip position, second right
Yeah,
now. Don't have
exactly.
to go crazy.
And it also feels a little bit like a merge if you were to 3-bet. Like if James jams, you just really don't want to 3-bet call off this hand for
Sure.
40-something blinds. James knows you've been a little more on the snug side and have something good when you 3-bet. I'd rather 3-bet a more polarized range in this situation as Travis, and I think his decision was just call ace queen. It's going to work out really nice for him.
Jack, Jack 8, 2 hearts and a diamond. James outflapping Travis with his 8-7. Checks it over to Travis.
Check.
Checks back.
Queen or diamond.
Queen. Coming through on the turn.
Imagine we get one more check from James on that card. I'm looking incorrect here. He's just going to block small here, 210. Bet about quarter pot. Perhaps feels that some of the hands that most connect with this card likely would have bet the flop.
Call.
Just a call from Travis, leading to the 4 diamonds on the river. Travis with the ace of diamonds. In my opinion, James has too good a hand to turn into a bluff here. He will check this over to Travis.
Travis would be thrilled to check it back, I'd assume.
I'm not so sure. I mean, he's just got a very strong hand here, and
He's
I don't know,
putting
firing
some
out
chips
half
together.
a million here. Yeah.
God, if you ever
Firing out
value
half
bet
a
and
mil.
get jammed on, it's the grossest spot in the world with like a shorter stack hanging around.
Check.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is. And that's why he does check behind there, but
I would think it's tough against James also, because you know that that's a possibility when you're playing against someone like
Right.
dynamic, good player. You do have to kind of be a little more careful in spots where there's like a power dynamic going on that he's aware of.
yeah, I do not fault that check behind one bit. I think it's a really close decision on the river to bet there against somebody as capable as James. And he will have a lot of hands that he can value bet himself there. And you see him kind of humming and hawing there after the fact. Was that hand worth a value bet? No. Should I wait for the 9-10s, the diamonds, the trips of the world before I make that bet? It is nice that having the ace of diamonds, he blocks some of the hands for James that could get there in that fashion.
Raise 180. Call. Call.
Daniel doesn't want to slow down. Makes the call at the 6-5 against James, who's
Trigger back.
king queen of diamonds, has 2 overs and a gut shot on Jack 9.
Bets 80. Call.
King queen does take it down for James with the small bet.
Jack 6 off was going to be so knotted there. Take it.
Travis,
Travis with the button now.
He, He can't resist the king 10, right?
I've been sat on your lap for 3
Oh my
straight
goodness.
bowls.
Whoa.
I mean, his plan has been working. That's all I can say is if he is just like, I will just let Daniel blast off, it's been working, but king 10?
Man, that is a snug one.
Call. Check.
Daniel Obst limp with his 8s in the small blind. James content to check 9 deuce. Club's bottom pair and 4-3 deuce.
Bet 160.
Goes for about 2/3 pot.
Call.
Look at that.
Discipline. Yeah, there's not a lot of
Wow.
good turn cards for his hand, and it's a really nice fold.
James is dialed in tonight. Immediately folding a pair blind versus blind. And on a board that shouldn't connect with the small blind's limping range that well.
I had my computer
And yet, as we
thinking
saw,
about it last night, so it's
his opponent well ahead of him.
every now and then I just have a look at it. Definitely.
What were you looking for?
Stuff.
Bitcoin price.
Bitcoin price, yeah. Seeing if I can pull out of the hole, you know. See if I can have a profitable series or not. There's a chance there.
Dice 190. Call.
Daniel going up with his queen jack, but Travis in the big blind has an ace queen. Just 30 blinds deep. Facing this almost 2.5x raise. Travis will do best to move it in pre-flop here. No, just gonna call.
Ace 9-8, 2 hearts.
Check.
Travis in pretty good shape, but Daniel with backdoor hearts and the gut shot to the nuts. And you gotta think that Travis doesn't have a hand as strong as he does, having just flatted pre. Goes for 210.
Yeah, we could see some great runouts for Daniel to triple off on here.
Small heart, he's cooked.
Although that wouldn't be an easy call down for Travis. Starts with a call here. Already on the flop, I think his hand is worth considering a raise. They're just about 30 blinds deep. Ace queen, very strong here. And without a queen and without a heart in your hand, is somewhat vulnerable. The 10 of hearts,
Oh my
a
goodness.
dynamic card.
Daniel has the queen high straight now. All of a sudden, there's 0% next to Travis's name.
Check.
Players in event 22, 1150 Premier PLA, your blinds are up next hand, 300, 600. The 600 big blind ante. 300, 600, 600.
It's just a matter of how much to bet when you're Daniel now. Somewhere around 2/3 pot. Seems like a nice size, but really hard to do wrong here. 425. He goes with a half pot territory. Doesn't want to lose his man.
Yellow around the back.
Travis deliberating on this turn. Got a heart in his hand. A lot of rivers that make his life difficult, but of course also has that gut shot. We know it's the card he needs to just split this pot. A lot of hands that Daniel could have that are beating him. 2 pairs, sets, straights, flushes.
I always find it awkward if I have a really difficult turn decision that I think about for a while. When you do make the call, it's super awkward. You give off a lot of information if you're someone who doesn't often think very long.
Right.
Is he ever making the fold here? Is he just going to make an amazing fold?
Sometimes when you think this long on the turn, you're like,
That's-
well, now
wow,
how can I
very
ever go to
nice.
the river?
Yeah, but
nice
just
fold on
that's
the turn
really
there.
nice.
I had an ace.
Understatement. I had an ace. That's really impressive.
Open-ended straight flush. Cool.
Well, bad news for Travis to lose chips to Daniel. His goal was to keep some distance between the two of them so that he could survive until second place and then try and take on James heads up.
Thought you were shoving on me.
That will be much tougher, although Daniel.
I think most people lose that additional 425k, and then sometimes also a card on the river gets them in more trouble.
True. I also think that many pros would be shoving pre-flop 30 blinds deep.
Sure,
I think,
yes.
especially against Daniel, who's a little more loose pre-flop. I feel pretty strongly that the chips should be all in there.
Raise 180.
You're the bad cop in this good cop, bad cop situation.
Unfortunately so. A very nice turn fold, but a situation that didn't have to come about.
Sure.
Oh.
Raise a take it for James here. Still north of 13 million. Back with Travis. Definitely needs a handoff after that one. Over to Daniel in the small blind.
Daniel and James never take a handoff.
They don't believe in it.
Daniel limps the king 7 offsuit. James in the big blind 10-3 offsuit. Is this one of those hands that's so bad you raise?
That's exactly right. I think raising at least half the time here would be nice. Some of these like 10-3, 10-4, 9 deuce offsuit hands. I like his decision to check behind the 9 deuce suited with a little more playability. That said, if you think your opponent is not going to fold very much to your raise, then just wait for quality hands.
Sure.
And build a pot and just check and try and make pairs and win small pots with this kind of junky stuff, which is what James is looking to do here. Flop the 3 on this turn deuce. His hand seems pretty good. I would be looking to bet such a vulnerable pair were I in his shoes, but he just wants to check behind, and he will get rivered.
Punished.
At 160.
Does make the right fold though. Been
Getting
disciplined
very
so far tonight.
protective of that remaining time chip. I noticed the thing beeped. He's like, "Oh,
Nice looking ace-9 of clubs for Daniel here.
Raise to 190. Fold. 190. Fold.
No takers, however.
Thank you, beautiful.
And an easy win for the 3-time WPT final tableist. All of them here at the Star, Gold Coast. Travis also has made 3 WPT final tables. Both of them still searching for their first win. James has some victories on a few
understatement."
different tours, but still searching for his first WPT win.
They're hard to get. The
Hard to
400
get.
players plus. There's not any of those small WPT championships. I actually think it's one of my favorite parts of this brand is that they didn't do the like diluting the importance of a championship event and the
Yeah.
you know kind of money grabs that some other tours have done. I think it's still in 10 years will be very impressive to have won a WPT title.
Yeah, it's still mostly accomplished and established players you've seen to take these down, especially considering how slow the structures are in the championship events, how deep and slow that they are. I mean, look at we're playing 100 big blind and 70 big blind stacks, 3-handed at this final table.
Hard to sneak through as a fish, but I'm gonna do it one day.
You'll try your best.
Mark my words.
James, right back at it. Wasn't too long ago that I commentated your ladies event final table from the WPT World Champs.
Oh, that was fun.
Believe it was 2023 was the year you final tabled it, is that right?
2022.
2022, okay.
2 ago. Yep, that was really fun. I had a great time. Cool cast of characters that final table with Lena New and Olga or Milch. I'll never say her name right, but yeah,
Right.
there were Kathy Liebert, Stormy, whose last name I will forget as well. It was just like a cool group of people to hang around with. Wish I could have stayed a little longer.
I want to say you lost like a big flip early on. Was that it? Yeah.
Yeah, I came in pretty short, and then I won only like 2 hands in the final table. I really didn't get dealt in, but I played really spicy ones the day before. I had a fun time. I remember telling Kathy Liebert I had like a splitting headache, like close to a migraine, day 2 of the Ladies Championship, and I told Kathy Liebert that at my table, and I should never have told her that. She talked to me for like 8 hours, and I was like, Kathy, I'm serious. I'm gonna die. But she's just like,
I mean,
such
that's kind
a
of
live troll. Like she can't help it. It was like,
yeah.
kind of funny.
That's already her natural state, and then you
Yes.
just like dangled the carrot in front of her.
I made a massive error, and she capitalized on it. Daniel with King 10 offsuit on the button. Back up close to 40 big blinds again. Oh. James with King 10 offsuit in the small blind.
185. Call. 185.
Oh, you Travi, why don't you come play?
How much is it, sir?
185.
Yeah.
Yeah. Queen A2.
Queen 8 deuce rainbow.
Check.
James checks over to Daniel. Battle of the same hands. Check, check.
7 spades.
7 of spades on the turn. James leads out 225. Like Daniel makes the fold. Nice hand, James. Just the king high. He's up to 13.5 million now. James in the button. Queen 7 of spades.
Raise 180.
Raises up to 180.
Call.
Daniel in the big blind. Queen deuce of clubs. Daniel makes the call. Ace, king, 9, rainbow. Backdoor spades for James.
Check.
Daniel whiffs.
$135.
James bets small. Should be enough to take it down. Not a whole lot going on for Daniel.
Call.
James just climbing steadily. Look at those pile of chips he's amassing. Really hasn't been anything bad that's happened to him since the start of this. He folded to that one bluff, but it's a pretty good bluff.
Call. Call.
$275.
Daniel raising up in 9-4 suited. Nice size from the small blind. James in the big blind though, king, queen offsuit.
Right. 275. Call.
James makes the call.
Three, four,
8, 4, 3.
All in.
All diamonds.
All in.
And
Call.
Daniel just rips. Wow. Middle pair on the monotone board. No fear. Just rips for 3 times the pot. And gets through.
I feel like I probably needed a card.
Call. Call. 80.
James in the small blind. Queen jack offsuit.
I think he'll mostly raise, but again, one of those hands that could get a little bit mergy.
240.
But I think he's realized that he can raise essentially everything in the small blind and just sort of print while Travis is feeling handcuffed from Daniel
Call.
still being in the mix. But with pocket threes,
At the conclusion of this level,
and it flops very condensed equity, he does want to take a flop, see if he can make a set, play a big pot, or just get out. And interesting board.
Ducks on a pond. Deuce, 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 flop. Travis flopping the boat with his pocket threes. James still alive with his queen jack overcards.
180.
James leads out. Travis makes the call.
One of those spots where his hand is both very good and very vulnerable going forward. Seven, not much of a scare card though for Travis. I think if James bets turn, he's bluffing and often committing to a triple barrel bluff. And I think barreling as wide as Queen Jack is probably a little too much. I wouldn't hate a turn
Wow.
bet from Travis there. His hand needs a lot of protection, and
Against
it's
what, Tony?
almost always. And yeah, the river delivers a full house to James. And depending on his bet size, it might be really tough for Travis to get away. If James bets big here, perhaps he'll fold. But if he does anything smallish, I just can't imagine folding the threes.
You should spread the pocket for me.
I feel like this size is getting paid, even by a tight player. It's just hard because the way the hand's played, James is going to stab a lot, isn't he?
He is. You're pretty high up in your range as Travis. You don't have to worry about James betting this size with a 7. He does make the call.
Oh, that's so costly to his stack.
Yeah, Travis perhaps kicking himself a little bit for not betting that turn. I think when you're in a position with a strong but vulnerable hand on the turn, you often have a pretty strong incentive to bet and then have the option to sort of set your price for showdown and mostly be checking back on the river when you get those bad overcards or even drive out 6 outs of a hand like Queen Jack. So a couple of spots in this 3-handed match that I think Travis will lose a little sleep over.
Nice catch, James.
Thank you. I agree.
Nice catch is one of the most backhanded poker compliments.
Now I know what bullshit you're up to.
Like not much or
James surging towards 15 million.
Race 180. Call. Call. Yep.
Those of you just joining us, the conclusion of the WPT Australia Championship from the Star. Each of these guys has locked up 285k Australian dollars, playing for the top prize of 585k and a Wynn WPT World Championship seat. Getting on the small blind, 10-3 of diamonds. He's going to continue getting after it, sort of ignoring Travis's stack. And if I were James, I would be punishing Would you not?
I would, and I think this is an interesting hand to make a light 3-bet with,
Sure.
having this sort of like one Broadway, one low card type hand. You see this done with some Queen X, King X type hands in these situations. He likes to just call.
Ace, King, 9. One diamond out there for Daniel's hand, but Queen 5 of James still good.
And that bet at 350 will quickly drive out James. So Daniel.
To Daniel for not really just waiting out the third place player. He's still getting after it.
Yeah, he badly wants to be a WPT champion. And I respect him playing a go big or go home style, even three-handed. I mean, there's a considerable pay jump. I'm gonna check the difference between second and third here. Yeah, it's over $100,000 Australian between second and third. So significant jump for whoever does manage to get into second place, or that is get into a heads-up match with James. You never know what can happen heads up.
I have no blue shot. No dark
I know
blue
how
yet.
this I don't know. It's a pleasant surprise if I can. Yeah.
Price 220.
James gonna keep the heat on.
For Travis, 6-4 offsuit, nothing to play with. You're watching this from home and getting the itch to play some poker. Tony's got some WPT tour stops to tell you about. Which one are you going to?
I'm going to WPT Best Bet Scramble in Jacksonville, November 15th through 19th. But we also have in the second half of October, WPT Playground coming up in Montreal. We've got a Prime 500 and a championship event there. At the end of November and early December, we've got our event at the Seminole Hard Rock. That'll be a $3,500 buy-in. Always generates a massive field, close to $1 million for first, sometimes more than $1 million. And for anyone in Paris in mid-October, Prime is running there from October 20th to 25th.
It's cool that Prime has kind of split off and it's its own thing. I commentated WPT Prime Cyprus, huge fields. That was one of those 9-handed final tables that lasted from 11 p.m. my time till 10 in the morning, and I was struggling hard.
Oh.
But Kathy really does a great job managing Prime, and it's just growing every single year. Such a successful tour. 8-8 deuce, 2 club board, trip 8s for James. Daniel with not much going on. He's 9-5 suited.
I was about to say, I wonder if James ever checks back here, because it's a board that just, as you said, like doesn't connect with Daniel at all. So give him a chance to find a little piece of this and get too involved, and that might be what happens, because Daniel turns the 5 and it puts 3 clubs up there. So I could see a scenario where James bets the turn, Daniel calls, and the river is just a missed nothing card, not a club, kind of a brick. And Daniel can tell himself that, hey, perhaps James just has a missed 1 club hand here. There's your nothing card.
Is this a spot you could go kind of large and represent some missed draws? Is this something where he could go like full pot?
Close to, I think. since you're trying to get a call from some really weak hands, I worry sometimes that if you just go too big, you drive them out based strictly on size.
Yeah, he goes.
And
Wow,
look at that,
snap call.
525 snap call.
Oh, wow.
So I want to say, Tony, I could have gotten 900 there.
Yeah, considering the speed of the call, I think you would have got
Daniel
900.
didn't
I
even
think
look
you're
at how
right.
big the bet was.
Yeah.
That's yours.
I was thinking maybe 750. James decided to go under both of us, and as
No,
we
I
can
like.
see,
I honestly like James' sizing though, just because looking at the 2 stacks remaining, you want to get him calling pretty light, and if you start making it too large, where you're like putting him in danger against the other player, I don't know. I think that he gets called like quite a big range with that sizing.
true. Yeah, you may even get some ace high calls there. Now look at this. Despite
Wow. Oh
there
my
being a ton
God.
of big blinds in play, they all reside in front of James Obst.
80%, 10, and 9.
I was on the bum. It's that. That's right.
And we are gonna send you guys on a break and come back to 3-handed play when we return.
No, you're doing well.
After an incredible event earlier this season, the WPT is headed back to Playground in Montreal for another exciting festival. From October 14th to the 30th, players from all over will come together for WPT Playground. The action kicks off with a WPT 500 event running from October 14th to the 21st. With a $590 Canadian buy-in and a $400,000 Canadian guarantee, this is a great way to kick off another massive series here. In addition, we'll have the $1,150 Canadian WPT Prime Championship boasting an $800,000 Canadian guarantee from October 20th to the 25th. And for those looking to take on the best, the $3,500 Canadian WPT Playground Championship runs from October 24th to the 30th with a guaranteed prize pool of $1.5 million. It's your shot at etching your name in poker history and taking home a massive score. Get ready for another unforgettable festival at WPT Playground. We'll see you in Montreal.
The WPT is back at Hard Rock Hollywood this November for the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Rock and Roll Poker Open running from November 20th to December 4th. The festival begins with a $400 buy-in opening event with a $2 million guarantee from November 20th to 25th, with the pinnacle of the festival to follow, the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Rock and Roll Poker Championship. Kicking off from November 29th to December 4th, players will compete in a $3,500 buy-in event with a $3 million guarantee, where last year we saw Istvan Brisky take home the title and nearly $650,000, including a seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas. Make plans to join us at the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Rock and Roll Poker Open this November. We look forward to seeing you there.
That hole to such a degree that it actually frustrates them when they just want to play their game.
I want all the information all the time.
I agree. James, another open with the Queen 8 suited, and now Matthew with the 5s, I think, should be all in here for the rest of his chips, and I imagine we will see him commit them.
Sure, I'd be pretty happy about jamming over James's open, knowing that he's probably going to be the loosest opener as a chip leader.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, wait. Oh.
Oleg?
Oh, wait.
Wow.
Oh.
All right, Daniel.
Crazy.
Reshoved. I mean, James is right behind him. James is still to act and could have had a real hand there. Quite a incredible gamble from Daniel here with the Queen 10 suited. I mean, he's not even ahead of Matthew's range in this situation. Not to mention, I mean, James still behind him. This is a risky play that could pay off here. two hearts on the flop for Daniel. So any queen 10, a heart, or a running straight will knock out match. Oh my goodness.
For Daniel Murphy. A round of applause for Matthew Wakeman out in fifth place, $159,000 for Matthew. Congratulations. Well played. You're our
Matthew
final table.
Wakeman eliminated in fifth place, 159,000 Australian dollars.
Or just under 4.2.
I imagine I'm going to be up against all sorts of fun equity there.
Could have more if James decided to give me more.
Which one? Which one? Oh. Never fold an ace.
Really?
Not a chance.
James telling him I'm never folding an ace. Not a chance. That's so good. Now Daniel, the one with the ace now.
It's a raise. 155,000.
He does not want to keep the pots small against James. He's going to raise here from the small blind. It's to about 75 blinds deep. And look at this, James with the 7 deuce. Completely undeterred, wants to take flops in position. I said he has been very sticky out of the big blind. This may be
That's
taking
as
things
sticky
a
as you
touch
can
too
get.
far. Yeah. James does outflop Daniel though.
Bet 135,000.
And I don't know if Daniel's going to give up on this one so easily, and maybe this doesn't matter, but he just folded an ace high to James on a similar board, and I always wonder whether players get a little stickier after something like that happens. He may actually raise here. No, he calls. Cut out some chips like he was going to
There's
raise.
some turn cards that are pretty good. He's hoping for a 4, deuce, and ace. Jack of hearts, though, that's not going to be very exciting.
Card that will probably cause James to check behind. One that he needs to be a little concerned about. Not unreasonable to think Daniel check called with some Broadway holdings that Jack either paired up or gave some kind of straight draw to, such as a king 10. Does check back. 6 on the river. This is interesting. Daniel just going to block here, I think. And I think it's a little bit of a merge to be blocking. No, he's betting large enough to generate some folds, actually. This is 255. So now he's turning his hand into a bluff, and this sizing may actually work out for him and fold out exactly the type of pair that James is holding.
Can he do it again?
No, James will
the
make the
call.
call.
Oh, the good old 7 deuce, huh?
So what did we agree we owed him?
Yeah,
100 each?
The next 100.
I'll play that.
There's definitely some value to showing the 7 deuce. Wonder if that factors into the call.
If I had more time banks, maybe I fold.
I ended up final tabling the tournament.
Yep.
So, you know, my limited sample size of feeling like crap in a tournament is worked out pretty well.
Yep. The times I've been hungover or didn't sleep well or, you know, whatever else, had anxiety, something, I tend to just like put my phone upside down because I'm like, I don't have energy for that. And I feel like I play poker a little bit better.
What did we sat here long enough like this, the masseuse just magically appears. Doesn't seem to be working so far.
Do you have a lot of difficulty sleeping when you go to poker tournaments?
Yes. I have some sleep issues anyway, but obviously, like, bagging chips, I get very excited still 20 years into my poker career, and I have trouble falling asleep because you don't get to be happy that often in poker, especially tournament poker. So when I am, I just don't want to sleep.
Well, Oleg.
Oleg finds a pretty nice hand in a small blind. Ooh.
And he gets snapped. Daniel
Not in
thrilled
very
the call
bad
with the
shape.
ace.
Just about a flip.
All in a call on our final table for our championship event. Oleg with Queen 10 of diamonds. Danny Murphy calling with ace to offsuit. Here we go to
When
the
I'm
Congress.
in this situation with the ace deuce, holding feels impossible.
Yep.
It's like, oh man, I gotta dodge everything.
Flop comes 6, King, 9.
Oleg picked up
Additional
the
outs
shot.
for Oleg. Jack would give him king high straight.
The 8 of spades.
7 now, an additional out, and so Oleg still with about a third of the deck that will save him. But it's a 4, and the ace deuce fades the world for Daniel. He knocks out Oleg in 4th place. Great run, and what we believe is a career high score.
Congratulations, Oleg. We are down to our final 3. You're in our final table.
3-bet pot against Daniel when he checked back the queens on ace deuce deuce.
Right? 190. Oh.
James keeping his
Certainly a
foot on the
5-2
gas.
offsuit is worth a raise.
Yep.
8-2 suited.
Does James have a background in heads up at all?
I'm not sure
I
about
feel
that.
He feels like he does, just because he's so used to playing junk cards and he's taking lots and lots of spots as if he's like very used to shorthanded.
5-8-4.
8-5-4, 2 hearts and a spade.
Check.
Nice spot for James. Top pair, backdoor spades. Daniel with bottom pair, backdoor hearts.
Check. 7 of clubs. Check away.
4-liner on board now. Neither player really looking for that card.
Daniel with a small bet here. Betting on a board that in theory usually favors the big blind, but because James has been so loose, it's actually
James
more
range is
split
all.
down the middle. Yeah, you know, James exactly. James range is everything, and this is everything. This is everything right here. So I don't like the bet from Daniel as much as I would in more traditional scenarios. Checks this river, and knowing James, it's value bet time. Question as to how much. Somewhere around half pot feels like a nice size.
It's 80.
Huh.
Tiny.
Feels tiny. What a strange bet. Is he trying to induce a bluff of some kind?
Call.
Oh, that's 80 more than I would have gotten.
After an incredible event earlier this season, the WPT is headed back to Playground in Montreal for another exciting festival. From October 14th to the 30th, players from all over will come together for WPT Playground. The action kicks off with a WPT 500 event running from October 14th to the 21st, With a 590 Canadian dollar buy-in and a 400,000 Canadian dollar guarantee, this is a great way to kick off another massive series here. In addition, we'll have the 1,150 Canadian dollar WPT Prime Championship boasting an 800,000 Canadian dollar guarantee from October 20th to the 25th. And for those looking to take on the best, the 3,500 Canadian dollar WPT Playground Championship runs from October 24th to the 30th with a guaranteed prize pool of 1.5 million. It's your shot at etching your name in poker history and taking home a massive score. Get ready for another unforgettable festival at WPT Playground. We'll see you in Montreal.
All right, let's kick things off now. Final table, 50,000, 1,000, the big blind into 100,000. Those blinds once again, 50,000, 100,000, big blind ante is 100,000. The next one out, shut up and deal, Travis Endersby, Daniel Murphy, and James Obst, the remaining three in our final table.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Welcome back to WPT Australia Championship. We are three-handed. James Obst has a commanding chip lead of 158 big blinds to Daniel Murphy's 21 and Travis Enderby's 18. I'm Jamie Kerstetter. I'm joined by Tony Dunst. Here's our payouts: 398,000 USD for first, 265K for second, 194K for third. Hey Tony, who do you think's gonna win?
Well, James Obst, the easy choice right now considering the massive chip lead. And what a accurate read he's had on his opponents in most of these hands between them during the three-handed play. We've watched him kind of beat down on both of them simultaneously. Travis essentially open jamming here with the king-queen, committing a chunk of his stack, but leaving some room if the unlikely event of Daniel jams and James calls behind him.
Yeah, I might have just found my way to this.
They're about the same,
Same.
One thing I find interesting about James Obst's Hendon Mob, though, is that the last time he won a sizable Hold'em tournament was actually all the way back in 2010. He won a 15K in Sydney for about 150,000 Australian at the time, but his major scores, as far as victories are concerned, are in Raz and 7 stud.
Raise, all in to call.
Let the fun begin.
James jams all in with ace 4 offsuit. Travis with 18 big blinds. I assume Travis would be thinking that James is going to be quite wide.
Yeah, even if James is in E2, this is very close with the other short stack behind you. This is not the strongest part of my ICM game, but I suspect that this is a fold, and I think you would need to be a bit higher up in the ace offsuit range to make this call. Travis seems to agree.
What save? I missed
my flip.
You were not flipping. Huh? You did not.
My guess is that if we were to go, run a solve on that situation, you'd see it land somewhere around ace 9, I would say. It's quite an unusual situation because James is so far ahead of both players that there really is very little value in doubling up as far as increasing the likelihood that you win the tournament. And so just winning a small pot where like James raises and you reshove pre-flop, take it down, and now you have a 6-7 blind difference between yourself and Daniel. That's a
Yep,
lot better than
tons.
calling off all in.
Raise 200,000.
Oh,
Like this.
this is a much nicer spot where you get to be the person shoving rather than calling off. Goes most in.
1,050,000. Fold. Gonna fold.
So that is exactly the situation Travis finds himself in the following hand, and now he does have a small advantage three-handed as far as his ability to ladder up, and just, if you were to wait it out till they were both blinded down. Of course, we don't expect that to happen, but he's got a couple blinds more than Daniel. Not surprising that James takes a walk here. Neither player looking to get involved if they don't have to. This stage of the three-handed game is a little different than it was, say, an hour or two ago, when everyone was deeper stacked and both players, particularly Daniel, could afford to gamble. Now there's an awareness between the two of them that the next misstep could be fatal, and you see both players tightening up.
There's always that moment of realization that when you see you and the other player are tightening up and you're like, oh man, neither of us is gonna win, huh? Just feel steamrolled.
Daniel, open shoving the ace-8 here. I like that hand selection for making the 18 big blind jam there. One of those plays that doesn't feel super comfortable when you make it, but if you think it through, I think you realize that it is the best of your many bad options. That answers the question of whether James is opening everything on the button, not 9-2 offsuit. And now that both players are shorter and in a territory that's easier to reshove, it does make sense that he would become a little more conservative. Travis, shoving ace-3 and immediately called by Daniel's 8. So
Final table, it is Travis
our
Endersby
two
taking on
shorter
Daniel
stacks at 20
Murphy.
blinds each collide
As
in
Patel against
this.
Travis.
You want all my chips?
Ace,
Decide which of
three,
them
offsuit.
make it into
Two
second
counts are quite
place
similar. We'll
potentially.
confirm
Heads
after
up.
the hand.
Which of them will be out in third.
Here we go, Travis and Daniel head to head. Ace-3 for Travis, pop 8s. For Daniel, here comes the flop. Flop comes ace-10-4. Two pair of aces on the flop for Travis. The turn
Ace
shows
on the
king
flop.
of clubs.
Deliverance for Travis. king on the turn does give Daniel the club outs though, but the 5 of diamonds on the river will not help him improve, and so Daniel takes bad beat here. Be eliminated in 3rd position. This was his 3rd WPT final table. Badly wanted to get the title, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer for that opportunity. Great
3rd
run here.
place for
Final table.
194,000 USD, 285K Australian dollar, and we are going to take a little break while they prepare for heads up.
What's that?
Stick around.
After an incredible event earlier this season, the WPT is headed back to Playground in Montreal for another exciting festival. From October 14th to the 30th, players from all over will come together for WPT Playground. The action kicks off with a WPT 500 event running from October 14th to the 21st. With a 590 Canadian dollar buy-in and a 400,000 Canadian dollar guarantee, this is a great way to kick off another massive series here. In addition, we'll have the 1,150 Canadian dollar WPT Prime Championship boasting an 800,000 Canadian dollar guarantee from October 20th to the 25th. And for those looking to take on the best, the 3,500 Canadian dollar WPT Playground Championship runs from October 24th to the 30th with a guaranteed prize pool of 1.5 million. It's your shot at etching your name in poker history and taking home a massive score. Get ready for another unforgettable festival at WPT Playground. We'll see you in Montreal.
The WPT is back at Hard Rock Hollywood this November for the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Rock and Roll Poker Open running from November 20th to December 4th. The festival begins with a $400 buy-in opening event with a $2 million guarantee from November 20th to 25th, with the pinnacle of the festival to follow, the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Rock and Roll Poker Championship. Kicking off from November 29th to December 4th, players will compete in a $3,500 buy-in event with a $3 million guarantee, where last year we saw Istvan Brisky take home the title and nearly $650,000, including a seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas. Make plans to join us at the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Rock and Roll Poker Open this November. We look forward to seeing you there.
After an incredible event earlier this season, the WPT is headed back to Playground in Montreal for another exciting festival. From October 14th to the 30th, players from all over will come together for WPT Playground. The action kicks off with a WPT 500 event running from October 14th to the 21st. With a 590 Canadian dollar buy-in and a 400,000 Canadian dollar guarantee, this is a great way to kick off another massive series here. In addition, we'll have the 1,150 Canadian dollar WPT Prime Championship boasting an 800,000 Canadian dollar guarantee from October 20th to the 25th. And for those looking to take on the best, the 3,500 Canadian dollar WPT Playground Championship runs from October 24th to the 30th with a guaranteed prize pool of 1.5 million. It's your shot at etching your name in poker history and taking home a massive score. Get ready for another unforgettable festival at WPT Playground. We'll see you in Montreal.
The WPT is back at Hard Rock Hollywood this November for the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Rock and Roll Poker Open running from November 20th to December 4th. The festival begins with a $400 buy-in opening event with a $2 million guarantee from November 20th to 25th, with the pinnacle of the festival to follow, the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Rock and Roll Poker Championship. Kicking off from November 29th to December 4th, players will compete in a $3,500 buy-in event with a $3 million guarantee, where last year we saw Istvan Brisky take home the title and nearly $650,000, including a seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas. Make plans to join us at the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Rock and Roll Poker Open this November. We look forward to seeing you there.
What happened? You guys were blind on blind.
Yeah, so he was big blind.
Well, it is Travis Endersby versus James Obst. Heads up for the WPT Championship here at the Star Gold Coast.
He was the button.
Just under 400,000 US dollars to our winner
If you're small blind, then you'll get the button.
Will the button?
by laddering to potentially second place. Travis won himself another 100,000 Australian. Of course, still the possibility that he comes back and beats James in this heads-up match.
Use the full edge, mate. Use the full
Despite
edge.
James having
Don't cheat yourself.
considerable lead, he has been
Although
the
you probably do
wire-to-wire
have a
chip
short day,
leader
to be
of
honest.
this final table. Goes into this heads-up match
Oh,
with about
yeah.
a 5-1 chip lead.
Mate, best of luck. If I use my time, oh, maybe. Oh, yeah.
Travis starts with a call on the button.
Players in event 22, 1150, Premier PLO, we're going to shuffle up the field, lines are 500, 1,000, 1,000, big one ending.
Premium lay down to start the session, sir.
75,000.
James raises the price with the king queen of clubs and gets a quick fold. Well, Jamie, have you ever entered the heads up of a tournament with a massive chip lead like this?
Not like this. Maybe online. I don't think I've had this commanding of a lead. Have you?
No, not that I can remember. Nothing like this.
The two deep runs, I had one in the tag team with Corey Paget and one in the ladies event this summer. It felt very easy the way James has been having it. Like, I was like, oh, you just collect chips and it's so easy, and everyone else cares about losing their stack, but I have a big stack, I don't have to think about it. But then both times we lost heads up. So like by the time, I think what happened was second knocked out third place and it became more even. Like after having this miracle run where I couldn't lose any chips.
Right.
Yeah.
It only takes
Similar to what happened here, could even out.
right. It only takes like 15 minutes of running bad at heads up to have the
Oh
tape
my god, yes.
dramatically turn on you.
Raise. All in.
Wow.
I can see all your chips, right?
Travis shoving king 5 off before the lines versus the open. After the way he played 3 and 4 handed, that was not a gear I expected from him in this heads up
Same.
match. And while I'm no heads up expert, I think he probably should have some reshoves or even 40 blinds facing the button open, but I don't know if king 5
I would
offsuit.
assume it's like low pocket pairs.
Yes.
Maybe like, I don't know, king queens, ace fives, like possibly things that you don't want to 3-bet folds, so you just jam them. Maybe. I don't think king 5 would fit in there, but
No. I do think king 5 is used as a 3-bet bluff.
yeah,
Moderate
not
amount.
jam. Not
Yeah.
Already you're playing mind games.
I forgot to mention this before, but WPT Global started using passport dollars a while back. If you win any of their passport dollars online. They have big events every weekend. You can use them for events like this. You don't have to pick the stop that you're satelliting into anymore. They're flexible, which I think is cool. It's like
Oh, I
live
like
T
that.
dollars.
Yeah. You get more people satellite into live events, but you give them some flexibility on what to play.
You can kind of take your poker vacation when it fits into your life.
Just a
Travis
call
with
here.
5 deuce offsuit. I'm happy he is adjusting to the big blind ante. Some people just kind of don't, and they make
Right.
folds they shouldn't make. So he's gotten the word that he's not going to be folding anything. Pops the gut shot. James with backdoor nut flush draw, backdoor straight possibilities. Travis bets and is called. Jack of hearts, good card for James, nut flush draw. Checks to Travis. Check. Six of spades. Blank.
Both players missing on this river, but I think with his king high, James is going to be content to just check this down, try and show it down, and win the pot. It's like I'm mistaken. He's going to bet 1.5 times the size of the pot, turn his hand into a bluff, blocking some very strong hands here, particularly with the king of hearts, and take that one down.
Where you want them most comfortably as well, then, mate? Just let me know where you want them most comfortably.
As long as I got your cards.
Okay, cool. We're a bit definitely using them too.
Guess how many qualifiers Club WPT is sending to Wynn Las Vegas for the WPT World Championship this December?
I don't know, but I'd really like to know.
I might have led you astray. It's also including the WPT Prime Championship combined.
Oh, okay.
Guess the number.
With the Prime, now we're talking like 2,000.
300. I like where your head's
Really?
at though. 300 is a
Man.
lot though for a free site, subscription site. 300
Oh.
championship and Prime Championship.
Excuse me, you said club. Sometimes I mix club and global up.
Oh
just-
yeah.
Yeah, instinctively.
Yeah,
I would assume global.
Club is sending loads of
Wow.
people.
Club is sending 300?
Yep.
Okay, that is amazing.
Yep.
For a subscription model site, that is incredible.
Jack 9 deuce flop, both players whiff. I just pulled like a Norman chat on you, you know, and he would ask these questions that no one could really know the answer to, and then he'd like shame you if you were wrong by too much. That was his favorite thing to do to me.
Well, you've got the juice over at Global. Do you think my guess could have been right for them? What do you think?
See if they made any. Oh, they didn't put any predictions in for how many they're sending.
I see.
I would assume, since they send just to the championship and not to
And
Prime,
Prime.
probably if it was and Prime, it would be a zillion people. Yeah.
Right, that's just it.
But I think that their satellites are mainly championship packages.
Okay.
So maybe they're sending like 300 or 400.
And
Although,
if
yeah, what I said before, the passport dollars, people may use their passport dollars for Prime, so they may technically be sending a couple thousand.
Right. If I was somewhere international where I could play on Global, I would. Oh my goodness, I would be all over the satellites. Some of the years I saw
There were some overlays.
overlay.
Pretty sick.
They're there for you and you take them as you need them.
What you got?
Huh?
That's it.
Yeah, I thought I had lots more, to be honest.
Stack's looking a lot healthier than it was 20 minutes ago.
I don't even know where I used them really. I used a few to fold to Murphy's straight there. I don't know if I used any when you hit the queen. Yeah, I thought I had 12.
Oh, two
big
premium
matchup.
hands here.
Travis starting with a limp. If his intent was a limp raise, this could get kind of ugly.
Yeah, I think his hand probably plays better as a limp call or a raise call, but oh, he just
all
limp
in.
shots.
Oh,
Yeah, snap
bad
call for
timing.
James.
That one's probably supposed to be a flat, I think.
And if James can hold in this 70-30 right now, he is going to be our WPT Australian champion.
All in the call on our final table, Travis Endersby, all in at risk with King, Jack of Diamonds,
been running as good as me, so that's
James
why
Obst with Ace, King, offsuit.
Here comes your royal.
This could be the one.
Oh, he's got the royal. Brutal.
Comes the
Just go all the way.
Here we go to the flop. The flop comes.
Close.
7, 9, Queen, James is still
9,
in
7,
front.
2 hearts and a spade.
With Ace high.
There's a gut shot now for Travis.
Is the 5 of spades.
Brutal river.
5 of spades on the turn.
To the river we go.
Jacker a 10.
And the King of Hearts.
King of Hearts, that'll do it. Travis is the runner-up of this WPT Australia Championship. James Obst, the champion, taking home $585K Australian dollars and the World Championship seat in WPT Las Vegas.
Unstoppable here on our final table, $585,300. Congratulations, James.
What a fantastic win for James. Watching his career come full circle ever since he was, just a late teenager, rushing the online space, playing major championship around Australia. As we talked about earlier, he left coach for quite a while. Tennis just got back in the game a year ago, and now takes down his first WPT ever, just short $400,000 US, and we will see him at the WPT World Championship.
Travis
Great run as
Endersby,
well.
second place, $265,000 for his efforts. Runner-up finish, a field of almost 400 players in this 8K Australian buy-in. Nothing to be ashamed about. Second place against one of the great players in the world, James Obst. Looking at James Obst, $398,000 USD for his first place champion from the Star Gold Coast WPT Australia Championship. James Obst, our winner, $398,000. Congratulations, James. It's been a pleasure. Tony Dunst, I'm Jamie Kerstetter. Thank you guys all for joining us, and have a good night.
I can outplay these guys by my shot. Got this. If I get the card prepared for this day, one time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.